nation, destroys our generation. I don't mind, I don't mind, I don't mind, I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all the time. Looking for, looking for, looking for, looking for. Hey!
And how's it going, everybody? Uh-oh. Got that little bit something in the way. Yeah, so the background music wasn't wanting to play there. Torch coming in again, I guess, as far as... I think that's a repeat from last week. Hopefully that'll go through this time. As I know we got cut short last week, as most that did tune in last week. So hopefully we don't have that happen. I don't know if that was just a redo there, Torch. I appreciate the 31 months. Welcome on in. Speaking of which, everybody, Torch has given me some new information for the Texas Motor Speedway, as you can see. Already got this loaded up. Had to get some yard work done, I guess, as far as part of the starter stream, so I was in a hurry up, I guess, as far as to get things gathered up and going. Very minimal things that we need to do here. Not too much at all. Also, I don't want to say that name wrong. That's almost the same first name as me. How are we doing anyway? If I missed you coming in before, I apologize for that. Welcome on in. What's up, little TJ? What do you mean getting Discord? I don't usually run my Discord during Saturdays. Just FYI. I got too much that tends to get broken, I guess, as far as, and I'm having a lot of problems with Saturdays, so I tend to run as minimal things as I can. Discord just happens to be one of them. If it didn't use quite so much memory, I guess, as far as to do these things, I wouldn't mind it, but for now, I'm going to leave that off. So, sorry about that. But welcome on in, nonetheless, there, little GG. How are we doing today? We're going to be doing a little bit of work. Torch is requested, I guess, as far as we give him a little bit of a hand. I'm finishing up some of the things here with Texas. And I think that's what we're going to be doing for most of the day. So, most likely, probably not a whole lot of modeling. But we are still getting a little bit creative, as we usually do on Saturdays. So, that's fun. You doing good? That's good. How did the ball game go? You know, that's probably one of the things you wanted to tell me about in Discord. But yeah, I understand you had a doubleheader, I think you said there yesterday. How did that go? Hope it didn't rain on you like it did me here. That's why I had to hurry up and get the yard work done. Had to hurry up and get that done because we had some nasty storms last night, and we had some residual, I guess, as far as for today. Some really annoying sprinkles, but just enough to get everything wet. That's crazy. That all went good. Good juice here. So Torch is making sure everybody is catching what I'm saying here. So little TJ obviously can hear me. But yeah, I don't want to say that name wrong, but you got the same first name as I do. That kind of throws me a curve, I guess, a little bit. We're doing pretty good. It's as far as that. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. So yeah, the first thing I wanted to show here, at least anyway, top of all that stuff I had to get off out in the open. Let's see, you won one game and lost the other one. Win some, you lose some. It's 50-50. That's pretty reasonable. Sure, it was a solid effort. So, we already shown this, I guess, in previous streams, I guess, as far as how Torch already put the shadow, like, say, for the Sunoco sign across the wall like this. So, what he's done at this point, we haven't been able to show it at this point, and I made the suggestion to, which he applied it, was to get the shadowing of the fence onto the concrete wall and the safer as well as the foam. And now that's what we have here. Very minimal amount of work, I would have to say, but it makes such a huge impact. Because now when you look at this here, it doesn't look like it's broken up to the point where it's only on the ground and nothing on the wall at all, let alone the foam blocks. So the fact that you already previously applied some additional shading to the foam blocks itself or whatever to add that extra level of detail, I guess, as far as to that just brings it all together, in my opinion.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
Oh, what you posted in Discord last night? I don't know if I missed that one or not. Was it the Send It one again? Tit for tat? There you go. Hey, welcome in, Torch. Yeah, I think it was definitely worth the little bit of effort that it took, I guess, to do that, because I think it makes a huge difference. Huge. So yeah, that's why I figured I'd show that off. And then so mainly just all this here. There are some things that did get replaced, and I did take the note of checking that prior to showing what I'm showing here. So we've got, these are amongst the items that Torch has just recently replaced, which do involve, I guess, the inner foam as well as the inner walls to get that all taken care of. Another thing that we're going to be working on today, and this is what Torch has asked us, I guess, to assist on, is getting these medallion shadows. So previously, last week, in fact, as we showed, the application for that was to use a model, 3DO, I guess, as far as to make those shadows. Torch just found it, with applying, I guess, the light pole shadows, he's found it more feasible, I guess, as far as to use just a TSD for that. So that's what we do have open here. And Torch has already got a majority of this work already done in the form of using a TI as well as a parent image. Put those two images together, relatively small texture, and it's only going to be used like half a dozen times, so it's not going to add a whole lot of texture weight to the map, to the track. I got map on my brain today because I've been doing some Dairyland 4X map for Farm Sim, I guess, as far as of late too. So excuse me if I happen to mention throughout the stream, I guess, as far as map instead of track. So yeah. Oh, the sleep one. Oh yeah. As far as what you were, Evan and I, yeah, we were in there. We were in there doing some stuff, and yeah, you were telling us to go to sleep. I thought that was funny. That was a funny one. Yeah. I got you there, TJ. Yeah, that was a funny one. Evan and I were kind of laughing at that one. That was a good one. On Tuesday, well, we'll see you on Tuesday. You have a good Saturday. He told us to hit the pace car. We probably will be, I guess, as far as a little bit later. We didn't get a chance last week because we got a little bit cut off there last week. I'm hoping that doesn't happen again. I'm thinking part of the problem was what's been happening, I guess, as far as on the streams as of late with the video freeze, has a lot to do with my video capture card. So just to get to add some clarity, I guess, as far as to the way I've got the stream set up for Saturday, as well as any other stream that I do, and this is what's kind of brought it all into perspective for me, to try to understand why I don't get these problems during any other stream during the week. Majority of the time here on Saturday, I don't use my video capture card. It's kind of like just sitting there and wait until I actually do get into the sim. As far as, you know, to try the things out that we're working on. And I think a part of that problem was all that video coming off of that PC, I guess, as far as where I play the sim on, as far as Enter 2003 in this case, it sits there in cache, waiting to get used. I guess as far as, coming across the stream, be it through my streaming software or whatever. So with all that being tried to get, piling up in there, and I'm not switching over to that as much, that's what's allowing the video to freeze. This is just kind of a theory, so we'll see how this works today. If we don't get any video freeze today, then the changes that I made, I guess as far as to swap over, I guess as far as to the other monitor, to where I usually run Enter 2003 on, which is my new gaming PC. Hopefully that should eliminate any of those problems. At least that's the hope. We'll see how this works out for us, though. Torch getting himself some gambling. You got 82. $82 on that. Nothing on the slots, unfortunately. Yeah, we're crossing the fingers. There you go. We got to cross the fingers. I was just going to mention that. We're going to be cross our fingers and see how this goes. Other than that, because it's just something that dawned on me, I guess, as far as through the course of last week. The fact that I don't have any of these issues, I guess, as far as during Truckin' Tuesday, from whatever Wednesdays, or even Friday for that matter. We streamed for the better part of 6 hours with no issues. But that was all that video, all that content, the gameplay and whatever was coming through the video capture. So I was using it constantly, with exception to going to the BRB screen when we had to take a break. So I'm thinking that might be part of the problem. So if nothing else, I might have to remind myself to just switch over to that gaming PC on occasion here. So I'm just looking to see, I'm getting the sim loaded up here, so we have a majority of the things for Texas. Let me switch this over here real quick just to try this out. So we do have, there we go, so we do have the track with the new amenities that I'm already showing in Sandbox already applied. The only thing we don't have, obviously, is the stuff that I'm going to adjust with applying the medallion shadows. So we'll get into that in a little bit. I just want to show this over here just to ensure that all this is working. These stuff till now. So as we add the new stuff that I'm going to do during stream here, it can be confirmed that we're good to go from this point. So track loads up. Beautiful. Like I said, I was kind of in a hurry up to get a lot of this going. Well, you know what? I need to crank up my... it's a good thing I'm testing this now. I need to crank up my... there we go. Game sounds there. There we go. Y'all need to be able to hear those sim sounds there, right? There we go. Alright, those are coming in really good, I think. Okay, cool. So anyway, the track loads at this point. So anything we do, as far as adding stuff to that, this has the updated PTF and all the items that Torch already sent us today. Okay, so that's all good. Go ahead and get out of that. We'll leave this up here for now. I'm going to switch back over. Okay. Alright, so let's get into what Torch has requested, I guess, as far as we give him some help on. And that, go back here. So I got these textures open here. I don't know if we necessarily need to do anything with the light pole, but I've got it open here anyway. I do know we'll probably need to do something with this. Torch has got one of the, he did share a screenshot with me prior to showing you this, but there is one of these laid down. I think this is, and it's probably fair to mention too, part of the only reason why we're using this as a separate piece is to be able to get these medallion shadows to line up properly, I guess, as far as where they need to go, would require an edit to the light map. And being able to do that and get that line up and get it skewed properly isn't a direct science, because the fact that a lot of these medallions, depending on, especially in the turn here, they're going to be off. So you'd almost have to do, at least potentially anyway, a couple of different light map shadows and kind of skew that in, kind of splice it in, if you will, and it would be a pain in the butt. So get much more control in being able to apply just a separate medallion shadow. on top of the already existing light map. The only difference with this is, if you were to, this is probably a fair mention to this, if you were to turn the light maps off, as far as the graphic options in the game, in the sim, what would remain are these medallion shadows, and no shadow, I guess, as far as coming off of that. So we'll be able to test a lot of these types of things once we go into sim to confirm that. So these are just also some things that you would consider, I guess, as far as which direction you go, I guess, as far as with applying either a light map or just a TSD or a model or what have you. So it's really up to this point. To this point right now, it's just a matter of getting the shading to this to match as close as possible the light map, and to have that TI. So having a TI is going to help tremendously in this part. So, okay, what Torch has done, let's go back to this. So this is the texture that's being used for the shadows. And it's also probably fair to mention that the original 3DO object, you know, the 3D modeled object for the shadows has been removed, as well as that texture for the shadow of it, which correct me if I'm wrong, Torch, I think it's basically the same texture, only in the form of a TSD with a TI, right? I could be wrong. I could probably look at that to verify myself, but I'm assuming you probably use the same texture as the model, the 3DO, just instead applying it as a TSD instead, which is track surface decal. Right? Light poles are fine. Okay, I got you. I know I've been kind of going off in tangent here with something that's... So what was the no in response to? I apologize. We don't need to do anything with the light poles, right? Yeah, I already removed the wall MIP. That's probably... I didn't go into all the details. Yeah, so the wall MIP, I'm surprised I let you do that with the periods. Probably because you're a sub. Yeah, I already done all that. But what I was referring to is this texture the same type as that medallion shadow? Actually, we can take a look at it. So this is the TSD track surface decal version of that. So the one that was removed, this guy. Take care. Look at this in one minute here real quick. See what we got. I just wanted to compare. Yep, I'm already in there. Cool. So the wall MIP has already been removed, and the fact that we were able to load the game, so that's totally different. That's what I wanted to confirm. So the configuration of that texture for the model, the 3DO, is different. This one's more of this perfect square, and the new texture is this way. That's the only confirmation I was looking for. So one of the suggestions that I had made last week was to tone down the parent texture, the primary texture, which would be this, so that when you apply the TI, all that would actually show on the track. And this is what we're looking at right here. So no, that's what I was mentioning. As far as it's really coming down to, as far as just to get this TSD to match as close as possible to the light map. I think it's pretty close. I think it's pretty doggone close. And the fact that it's got a TI, that gives it that little bit of transparency to it, so you can get a little bit of the track texture itself coming through that, just like the light map. Right? So we're going to take a look at this a little bit closer to see how we can't clean this up. It's really not a bad start at all as far as being able to use a TSD anyway. Just to show also how this trackside decal was been applied. Take a little bit closer look on here. We'll go into that's not what I want. I want to go to track surface decal editing view, and this will give us all the trackside surface decals, such as that medallion shadow. Alright, so we should be right here. So there's that one right there, and you can see how this is applied as far as the D-long D-lat. And so these seem to be 2 meters by 2 meters, and then depending on how much rotation you need based on the angularity of it. So that's, you know, you're very limited. So TSDs will work just fine and I think we've mentioned this before in streams, as long as you don't have like a very drastic change in geometry. So if you got a relatively flat surface to where you're applying your TSD, because the TSD is going to be flat. You don't have any way to rotate it like you can a model. And I think that's primarily why Torch would have used the 3DO in the first place, to have that level of control. Probably don't really need that. The fact that we've already tried to apply these light pole as a TSD, and that the geometry to which the TSD is getting applied to is relatively straight. The only angularity there is as far as at the very top to the bottom. So, but there's no crease, if you will, in that where it's being applied. So there's really no reason not to be able to use a TSD. So it's a good use for TSD as opposed to a 3DO. But the fact that these are the tools in the toolbox that you have to be able to see what's going to work better. Gotcha. Yeah, that black edge bugs me. Yeah, and I think that's something that you've mentioned to me, and this is what we're going to take a closer look at with that, because it could be more in the TI. That's what we're going to take a closer look at. So if we zoom in on this, it looks pretty clean on the edge, from what I can tell. But it might be just a matter of where this lands. So let's do this real quick. I'm going to make a separate piece for this. Let me see here. We're going to promote that to a layer. We're going to chunk out. Actually, I'm going to make a copy of this. That'll be better. That way we don't have to touch this original image. Paste this as a new image. All right, there we go. We're going to leave this one alone. Okay. We're going to take this copy. I want to cut out this area, and I'm going to lay this over here. I want to see where the edge lands. My guess is it's probably landing on one of these darker strips here. We can probably clean that up and get rid of that. That's what my guess is, at least, anyway. All right, so we're going to take this guy. Yeah, need my wand. Let's do that. And then we'll take this. Now, because this is already in the same orientation, the same size as our parent image, I should be able to take this whole thing. This is just going to help me confirm where does that land. Okay. I just wanted to cut that out there. So this dark edge, you can see already, even with what I cut out there, that's probably why it's doing that. So this is how TIs work. What it tries to do, even though I did cut that out there, it's leaving a soft edge. That's probably why you're getting that. So it may even come down to needing to, in this image here, we might have to take some of the gray out of that, so it's not quite as soft. It'll have to be a little bit more pixelated, if you will. At least on that bottom edge. And the way we can do that, so I am going to do an edit here to the TI image here. What I notice on here is we got a soft edge here, right? So the way I cut that out there, that's pretty much how that soft edge is going to show up on here, and that's what we see. Go back to here, you can tell all that dark edge is showing on that. That's probably why. Mostly just on this bottom edge. Alright, so we're going to see if we can't clean that up. That's the name of the game here so far for now. Alright, so let's go to back to this one here. So this one I only use this to confirm by cutting that out. So that one we're not really going to use. We're going to do all of our edits to this piece here, because this is what we're using to put our parent image. Well, not that one, but wait a minute, what did I do with that? Let's take that layer back out, since I know what's going on with that now. We can take this back out. This is our parent image right here. Okay. Now let's go here. Alright, so what I might do, let me see. So I'm not really seeing a... It might be just really, really faint. As far as having a very soft... Could be just my eyes, because I know I've been out there mowing grass and such things, I guess, as far as today. But what I'm going to do we're gonna grab some white. I'm gonna make another line and just go right across, straight across the bottom of this, the bottom edge of this. It could be ever so subtle, I guess, as far as a level of gray. That's what's causing that fuzz on the bottom edge of that in here, like this. We want to get rid of that. And because of sizing it the way you did as far as the 2x2, it's probably stretching it. So there's that too. So if we were to make it like a 1x1, you probably wouldn't be stretched out as much as far as to stretch that dark edge out as much. Once we clean it up entirely, we shouldn't get any. That's the idea, at least behind it anyway. So I grabbed a little bit of white. Don't want any alias, and we're gonna go 2, sounds good. And then we're just gonna go ahead and do this. If we have to go over a little bit, that's fine. Only in an effort, I guess, to get rid of that dark edge there. Okay. Now, something I noticed on this one. Something I noticed on this one, it's not grayscale yet on this. So we'll have to turn this to grayscale. And what I mean by grayscale, all TIs need to be in grayscale. So like this one here, it's in grayscale. So if we look at the, we're not going to do anything with this, just to kind of show what we're trying to accomplish here. So if we go, let's see here. Image information, we can see that this one is 8. It's 8 color depth, 8256. That's the level that we want to apply to this one as well. So it's the same as that in grayscale. Okay, so that's kind of gives us an idea of where we want to end up there. So I think that should be good. We're going to try that and see what kind of result that gives us there. And we'll just kind of go from there. So we'll go keep that layer. We'll go layers, merge all, flatten. Okay, files. We need to change the color depth, decrease it to 8-bit 256 color. Optimize median cut. What that's going to do is going to do it like this. Now, there's a couple of different ways you can do this. So that's fine doing it like that as well. Also, the other thing you can do, I'm going to back this up. Put it back to 16 million colors. Another thing you can do when I mentioned grayscale, let's go colors, grayscale, right? And by default, that should put it to 8256. You'll get the same effect, as much the same as we got here. Now, if I look at the image information for this, you can see it's at 8256. So either way you do it, it's still it'll still work just fine. Whether you go into, now this is using Photoshop 7, that's probably another fair mention. So whether you use Photoshop or Paint Shop Pro, like I am, you can either decrease it to 8256, which it already is, or go into grayscale. As long as you get this grayscale palette and not 16 million colors. That's just the way TIs work. So you planted your garden this past week, finally? Yeah, I can imagine, with probably having some really nice weather. We got... We've been pretty good. We were in the 90s, I guess, for the better part. It's going to be pretty cooler, pretty much cooler this coming week. We're going to be like really struggling to get out of the 60s, which I'm not complaining. It's supposed to be relatively low humidity. So I'll take the 60s. It's a little bit cooler, but I think it's still tolerable. The fact that we did get some next to 90-degree days, I'm not at all disappointed. The fact that we're only this far into pre-summer, I'm kind of expecting, hoping, I guess, as far as summer's gonna be really nice. Kind of like that. All right, we'll just leave it on that screen. Cool. 77 here. Yeah, it's in. Yeah, we got a little bit of, like I said, it rained. In fact, it's sprinkling right now. It's just being a pain in the butt. But yeah. So yeah, we're like low 70s, I guess, Vers was with pretty high humidity, obviously because of the rain. But getting into like the next week, as far as up into Monday, it's only going to get like in the 60s with no rain in the forecast and low humidity, so that's good. That'll be nice. Yeah, I think there's a lot of us getting out there and getting some stuff done on outside. which is always good. All right, so what we did was we collapsed that down, converted this to grayscale, so you have the 8-bit 256 color. Now we want to save this, and I'll probably just go ahead and save over the one that Torch originally gave me. So this is all in the files that Torch originally gave me. Save that as a bitmap. Yep. And then what we should be able to do, I'm gonna close that out. We at least confirmed, I guess, that original medallion shadow was a different configuration. Totally discarding that. That's been removed. That's nothing more. It rained this morning for you. Yeah, we got. It was pretty decent this morning, and then it just started raining. That's why I had to get out there, and it's like I got stuff to do. It's supposed to rain tomorrow, and then I got things going on, I guess, as far as going into Monday, so I'm not gonna have time to do anything else, so it's like, gotta do it now. I hustled and bustled, I guess, as far as get all that done. Alright, let's get into that edit folder. These are all the updated stuff, so the TI I just saved is right here. What I'm gonna open up is the shadow, the main texture, right? And what'll happen is Waymet 2 will pick up that name of that as long as you name it the same as the parent image _TI. It'll open both images. So this is the one I edited on top of the parent image. Now the way we want to save this is the MIP. We're going to keep this as a 7, which I always forget now. I think this the 7 means there's compression. 7 means there's compression. I think if you use 11, there's no compression. It might be the other way around. I forget. I think by default, when the initial setting for an image with TI or not is going to be compression, and then the higher number is going to. So I know for one without a TI, a 10 is compression, and yeah, 10 is compression, and a 6 is no compression, which makes the image, the texture, I should say, with the embodied image bigger, I guess, as far as then without compression. So I think this, the fact that this texture, the size that it is not going to be that big of an issue. So we're going to leave it at a 7. And we can confirm this too before we save this. The way Torch originally saved this. Let's close this for a second. Let's open his original texture before I do anything, just to confirm. This is the original texture before I do anything that Torch had originally compiled. You can see he has the same settings. 873 with a priority of 1, and there's the TI. Now this is the one that's unedited, right? Just for clarity. We're gonna apply our edits to the TI, opening this bitmap, which will open both parent image and the TI, as I already explained. Select MIP, so we're gonna set it to the same settings as Torch originally did, and save that. We'll go ahead and overwrite that. Yes, please. And then we're going to take that texture that we just saved, close this out, and apply that to our track edit folder. Alright, so let's back this up here. And we need to grab this guy that we just saved and put that into our track edit folder right here. Paste, and we want to overwrite that. Yes. Now in order for this TSD to reload, we don't have any way to reload a TSD as far as in Sandbox. The only way you can get that new texture to load is to reopen the track. So we haven't done anything to the track as of yet. Only thing we're trying to confirm is, did we get rid of that black or dark line on the edge of that. Once we get to that point, then we can move forward, I guess, as far as to apply those additional TSDs to the other medallions. Alright, so let's go back to geometry. I'm going to go in new. Okay. And then reopen the track, which will be this guy right here. Make sure I got the right one. Yep. Just making sure I got the right one. I think that's the right one. Oh wait, no, that was LaCrosse, wasn't it? Yeah, that was for LaCrosse. My bad. So this is another track that I've been working on with James. My bad. So I was wanting to open the LaCrosse. So that's LaCrosse. We may get into that towards the end of the stream. I do have some stuff that, oh crap, that's not what I wanted to do. Reopen the track. So this is the one I wanted to do. So in any case, we're still reopening the track. Have it load in our new texture. So what I had just loaded in there before I closed Sandbox completely out by mistake was the LaCrosse edits that James has sent me. There, I have those too. Yeah, should be fine. Yep, that's exactly. When I saw the 515, I was like, nope, I know that's the right one. I knew exactly what it was, what I had loaded in. Wrong. Okay, so here's our track reopen. And this should apply our new texture to that medallion shadow. We'll take a look at that over here in turn 1. Okay. The other thing I need to check on here in a second. Wow, that is pegging out. Let me switch this over. Yeah, give me a second here, folks. So you might find me switching back and forth between these two scenes. I apologize for that, but I think it's necessary. That seems to be what's causing that. So the fact that I'm not using that video capture, I'll be daggum. That is super weird. Alright, so yeah, you might find me switching back and forth between the two scenes so that I can basically invoke using that video capture so that it doesn't step on, I guess, as far as all my CPU, GPU, and all that stuff just pegging out. It seems to be upset. The video capture device seems to get upset when I don't have something going through it, if that makes sense. Trying to keep that as much in layman's terms as possible. But yeah, everything seems to super smooth when I switch that over. Okay, let's go back over. Wow, so that's the only time it does peg out, when I switch that back over. That is nuts. Why you do that, video capture? Alright, let me adjust something here real quick. So, it's going to be a lot of, I guess that's the other point I was trying to make there. You're going to see me probably adjusting some stuff technically here on stream, I guess, as far as to try and fix this problem with the video freezes that we've been having on Saturday in particular. Okay. That is getting super annoying to me. So if I can get ahead of it, that is not what I wanted to do. Alright. Be that way. Alright, we need to go to... That's definitely not what I wanted to do, but okay. Alright, let's go here. Yeah, so it seems to be much more subtle, I guess, as far as when I have it on this screen. And unfortunately, that's my gaming PC. So anything I'm doing on the main PC here, you're not. So I gotta figure out what to do so that it doesn't freak out. Yeah, hold on. Okay, so we're gonna shut it off. Deactivate, we're not showing. Yes. Auto detect the buffering. Yes. Okay. Alright, try that. Still uses quite a bit of CPU. But it's not nearly as bad as it was last week, that's for sure. Definitely not as bad. Okay, let's switch this back. Yeah, I'm going to be keeping an eye on that, so if you see me, like I said, going back and forth between that, number one, I apologize for that, but also, there's a reason for it. Okay. Yeah, and that's the unfortunate thing, and the only way I can do that is while the stream is going, while the stream is live. So it's just super weird how the video capture doesn't like it when you're not focused on, you know, any. So I got video, so you can see as I switch back over there, I've got the game running on the gaming PC using video capture when I don't have it populated or focused on the stream, you know, as far as to come out to the channel. It pegs out, I guess, as far as it's like it's caching like all that video. So until I switch it over, then it dumps it all, and it's like, okay, you're showing me now, right? So it's like, and I think that's been a huge part of the problem that I've been having the last couple of Saturdays where the video will freeze. So I guess if it comes down to it, I'll just have to keep switching over. I'm keeping an eye, I guess, as far as if it tends to get a little too full of itself, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it, and it's got to make it less unhappy. Okay. Alright, cool. So far, so good. Alright, so let's getting right back to this. So we loaded the track back up. Loaded her back up. And we got a new texture on here. And we still do have... Okay. What it might be catching here, now that I think of it too, it's probably not so much in our texture for the medallion shadow itself. It's probably picking up that light map. Okay. So it's actually... This fuzz here that's on the light map here, it's actually bleeding into that, which is making that look darker. So, you may not be able to get rid of that at all. Okay, so I'm just thinking to myself, I guess, as far as what other way you could correct that problem. Yeah, I think that's what that dark line is doing, because now that I see this shadow from the fence, which is a light map, see how that's making that darker? So the reason that's making it darker here is not so much the texture itself for the medallion shadow, it's coming off that light map. Okay, I'm almost thinking, I know we got a TI to this, but it might even work better, possibly, if we don't put a TI to it. I'm just thinking out loud. And just adjust the main texture to the other thing you probably could do is just get this super duper close, I guess, as far as yeah, let's try that. Another idea. Let's go back into track surface decal. Yep, and zoom in on turn 1. Yeah, so I don't think it's so much with the texture of that itself. I think it's just the position of that medallion shadow to the light map. Just keeping in mind this coming off here for the fence and the wall, that's a light map. So it's adding more shading, I guess, as far as to what's already in the texture for that medallion shadow. If that makes sense. That's why it's making it look darker on that edge. I think what we could do, go into that, and then we're going to adjust this. Yeah, see how that's making it darker like that? So you could probably just move that away from that light map just ever so slightly. Something like that. So that doesn't make it darker there. Yeah, see how that's changing? It's getting darker. You know, it's getting darker if I move it more into the light map. That's why it's doing that. And that's actually doing what it's supposed to do. Right? So putting it something like that may not be too terrible. Alright, let's zoom out of that again. Okay. Yeah, let's see how it... Yeah, so... You dirty rascal. So it's leaving a little bit of a gap here. We might have to just play with that a little bit. Get it to the point where it's just barely wanting to put a dark line there because of that light map bleeding into this texture. Maybe all it comes down with it. Alright. Alright, we'll move it in here just a little bit. Okay. Okay. So from this angle, we don't actually see it. Oh, there it goes. It is getting dark. Okay. The other thing we could possibly do is on the light map itself, go into that and edit that texture to remove that soft edge. So whatever texture this is for the light map, we could soften that so it doesn't, so it's more of a hard line. I don't know how that would look. Might be something else we could try though. Let me see here. Let's go into geometry, and we need to get that texture for that fence. One way we can do that, go into track texture. That's the wall. That's our wall top. We want the what we're looking for is actually the asphalt. There we go. I'm just going to light map. Go add fence underscore A. It's HD fence A. So what we got to do is look for that texture in our track edit folder, which is going to be in the track mat. Open that up, and that is going to be this guy right here. Now what is the difference between the A and the B? We'll open them up and see. Open with. So A is the one that we got highlighted currently in the track. Let's open that guy. We need to go into the track edit folder, which is right there. Track mat and fence. Whoop. Fence A. That's what this looks like. This has no TI. What we could do on this one, I'm gonna try this. This for just for humor's sake. We're gonna bitmap. I'll save that as a bitmap. I'm gonna open this up in Paint Shop Pro here just to get a closer look at it. Well, that's what we're gonna try here. Okay, now that we got it as a bitmap, we can open that texture. Track edit folder. There. And this one we just created a bitmap of. So let's see. See how it's got this really soft edge here? You could probably make that less of a soft line. The only thing I don't want to do is mess up the fencing part of it. Right? That might be the tricky part. That might be the tricky part. All right, let's check my stats here on that. All right, we're doing good. Cool. Yeah, let's see if we can clean this up here. Now this one's a light map. So the way light maps work in the in our 2003, obviously it's on a grayscale type of palette, but not the same as a TI, right? So you still got it at 16 million colors, but it has that gray palette to it. So you don't want to use any colors outside of the grays, you know, black, white, and the grays when you're making light maps. I mean, you could. I mean, if you're looking for like a hue, you know, type of a tint, I guess, as far as to your shadows, but in a lot of cases you don't really need to do that. So what we're going to attempt to do is take this top edge of where the wall is and make that less soft. So where we got this line right here, we're just going to bleed in some more of that fence. So I'm going to use the clone tool, I think, to do this. That'll be the best option. Okay, so we'll start here from the bottom of the texture. We're going to grab our clone tool, set that to 1. We're going to grab that spot and then just go like this. You might be thinking to yourself right now, he's like, oh, he's ruining it. Really not. So the only thing I'm doing is there's kind of a soft edge here, and we don't want it. We want to get rid of it because that's not giving us a that right there. I did ruin it. Okay, hold on. see. So I want that to continue there. So all I'm doing is removing this very soft line, that top edge, so that when we basically butt up the edge for the medallion shadow right to this, it's not going to cast into it. I guess if that, it'll make sense, I guess, as far as once I do it. But because this is it's kind of a mix. If I zoom in really close, you can see it's got a different mix of different grays. It's giving it a really soft edge, which is allowing it so that when we take that edge of that medallion shadow texture into it, it's applying it to be in a darker sense. I think if we create an edge on here that's a little bit more of a hard line, we'll be able to butt right up to the medallion shadow texture to this, and it shouldn't have that dark line there. At least in theory. At least in theory. Yeah, so that's just what we're going to try. It may not work. It may be a horrible mess. We'll see what happens here. But this is another reason why I can definitely appreciate and understand why you would want to. This is the other thing I don't want to do. So see this angle that's on that fence post there? I don't want to make this straight because that's definitely going to show up in the shadow. But what I'm going to do is fix that. Right, meow. So it maintains that angle. Like that. That's better. I like that better. I think I need to do it down here too. Yep. I'm gonna fudge this up down here. Just a little bit. Yeah, we're gonna clean this up just a little bit too. The heck was that flash? James said it's storming, that's why he's not. Yeah, I kind of figured he had some things going on there. Totally understandable. We know he's here in spirit. I know if he could be here, he would be. He's kind of the same way I am. It's like when it's storming, I don't do squat on the PC. Nope, no thank you. I paid way too much for my PC for anything to go wrong with that. Don't blame him one damn bit. Okay, that's pretty good. I'm gonna clean this up here too. I don't like how this got pretty splotchy. There we go. Kind of pepper this in a little bit. So you kind of get the idea what's going on with all the different colors that are in this for the fence. You can see those lines in the posts, fence posts. That's what's giving you the effect of the fencing shadow. So now you can see, if I pan this out here, you can see how much I cleaned that up. This is what I haven't done yet over here. I'm just removing that soft edge on the top of that concrete wall. Give us something for that medallion, this edge here for the medallion shadow to be able to butt up to without it bleeding or overcasting, I guess, as far as onto that, and leaving that dark edge on this medallion shadow texture. So you can see that on this side of this fence post. I haven't done anything to this yet. You can see how much I cut that down. Okay. What tool? Well, you don't have to yell. This is the clone tool. This is the clone tool. You should have one of those in Photoshop. Something similar to that. All I'm doing, and it works as much the same in Photoshop. You got your tool here. You right click where you want to grab from. So like say you want to grab from here, you just right click and you hear it ding. And then when you left click in here, it'll take, you can see where that's staying over here where I right click. And it's grabbing whatever's where I set the target to, and it's applying that where I'm painting. And that'll continue until you re-right click. You go to a different area. It'll follow your pointer. I don't know what these are doing here. Not sure what those are. If that's not... I will see what it looks like once we get it done. If we screw it up, then we'll fix it. But I'm doing this, trying to do it at least anyway in a little bit of a random pattern, so that when I'm paying attention to how it looks too as I paint it. It's like when I get to these poles here, I want to make sure I'm maintaining that angle that's on this here. I don't want to make that too straight. That'll be very obvious in the shadow. Okay. Yeah, I didn't mean to scream. Yeah, I'm sure you didn't. I know caps lock, you know, it's probably... I just thought it was funny. What is that tool? I mean, like, you know, like yelling at me. Like, oh, what is that? Oh, exclamation point. Whoa, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, I'm sure it wasn't intentional. I was just giving you crap. Yeah, so because I'm taking that row off, they're going to maintain this angle. That. Like so. Should be decent. It's not too bad. Alright. Continue taking this top edge off. Whoa, went too far. Undo's your friend when it comes to that. Now, we may or may not need to take a little bit more off. We'll just have to see. We'll take a little bit off of time. How's that saying go as far as like measure once, cut twice? Something like that. Also, I need to go back in the track here. What are these little nubs that are out here? Yeah, these little guys here. It's like these. I noticed these. What are those? Those actually show? I don't think they do. That there? I don't think we really need those in there anyway. Nope, that's the seam of the... Okay, never mind. I'm not seeing those anywhere on there, so I don't think they're going to be that important. Okay, and that's only good. Yeah, see it? There they are right there. These little nubs right here. There they are right there. So I don't think they're that important, I guess, to maintain. Yeah, so these little nubs right here. Yeah, that's what I want to see, to make sure there's nothing on the wall that actually is picking those. It probably might be better just to take those off anyway. We don't have any little nubs on the wall that actually are depicting those. So yeah, we can take those safely. Probably take those off and no problem. Okay. Yeah, so depending on where this texture came from that we're working on, it might have had something on the walls, I guess, as far as that we're protruding, I guess, as far as the top of the concrete wall. We don't have anything like that in our case here, so it's probably safe to be able to take those off. That's the only thing I wanted to confirm. That looks pretty good. You know, sometimes it just takes something as, gosh darn it, it takes something just as little simple as this. Make a Big difference. Yeah, so we can take these little nubs off. Don't need those. Okay. We're already all the way to the top. Cool. Alright, so that should be all the way through now. Let's go back, look back at our work. Just to make sure, yeah, so these little nubs here, we could probably take these off too. Take these out as well. Make it consistent all the way through the texture. There we go. Yeah, and then we'll get right here. Don't need those. Okay, there we go. That's our edit to that. Let's go ahead and save that. Don't need to change the color palette for that. We can keep that at 16 million. Save that. Right over the top of that one. Okay. What I am going to do, just in case we need to revert, I'm going to make a copy of this guy. Okay. And I always like to do this because I've come into, with many other things that I do play around with, I like having the rename of it at the beginning of the file and not just have the copy. Number one, it puts it completely out of the way of what I'm trying to work with here, and I don't select that mistakenly, but also to ensure that it's going to use my new texture. Having it a backup, you know, changing the name of the original file on the front side of the file name, not just whatever copy. So that's at least two reasons why I always like to put that at the beginning and not have just the hyphen copy at the end of it. That's kind of my own little quirk, I guess, as far as that I got, but method to my madness there. All right, so this texture here, I'm going to overwrite this one here. I got a backup at this of that, so just in case if we do need to revert, if it looks terrible, I can always go back to that. All right, so let's do this. Open that bitmap, and I need to get the settings off of that. Let's open the original MIP. 9, 10, 1, and 1. Okay, all I need. We'll go MIP 9, 10, 1, and 1. No invisible color. And we're going to overwrite that file, so we already backed it up. Now, this, because it is a track matte file, this is the beauty, I guess, of doing the track matte files. This one, we don't need to reload the track. You can go ahead if you want to, but this is one thing, like if you don't want to necessarily reload the track entirely, which, like I said, you can, but because it's a track matte item, we can go into any F section. Doesn't even have to be specifically what texture you're working with. Just as long as you got an F section or W section selected, and you can go reload MIPS. What that's going to do is it reloads all the files that are in the track matte. So you can see that obviously did adjust when I reloaded that. So that's the only exception, I guess, as far as to it being a TSD, track surface decal, or an object texture, to which you do have to reload the entire track. There's no way to refresh that texture without reloading the entire track. Alright, so it did clean that up. Still got a little bit of a soft edge here, I notice. Let's see what we get if we move that. Go back into track surface decal. Zoom in on that. And let's just see here. I think we still got a little bit of a soft edge. It might be a little bit better. Really gives a different appearance, I guess, as far as from camera view and top down. It gives a way different appearance. That's why you got to go kind of back and forth between the two. Yeah, that's going to start putting a dark line. Yeah, but it's not doing it here. Hold on. Okay. Alright, so we're going to go back and forth between our camera view and our top down. So on our top down, definitely showing it into that. It isn't here. So this is what we want to pay attention to. because we're seeing a dark line here, we're not seeing it in the camera view. Right? So we do have a little bit of a crease on this, I believe, too. And this is part of the problem with sometimes using a TSD on a banked deal there. And I think that's might be what we're dealing with here. Alright, let's pull that away for a little bit. Now I got it at this angle. We do see that same dark line that we see on our top-down view here. Pull that out. Okay. Might be able to work with this. There's a little bit more of a soft edge that we could probably take off of that. At least that's what I'm noticing. That's not bad. I think if we remove one more line off the top edge of that wall, you can still see it's still relatively pretty soft. That's what light maps are supposed to do. Anything you've got those variations of the grays and whites, we might just need to make it like a solid. Let me go back to the texture. We're probably gonna have to make this a solid gray like this, so more of this color instead of the white. Because what white is actually is going to be just like TIs work. Anything that's white, whatever's in your parent texture is going to show through. So I think the fact that a majority of the color that we've got on the top edge of this wall is white, based on all these different variations there, that's kind of why it's showing it that softer color. I think if we go more this direction, yeah, I think I'm going to make further adjustments to this anyway. Bottom line. But you can see how it's adjusted it so far. But I think what we'll do, we'll continue to use our clone tool. Now I'm going to clone it a little bit further down here like this, and we're going to go like that. We'll make it more of this color. Hold on. Alright, so it is applying. Just making sure. Oh, hold on. Gotta check my stats here again. Give me a second. Alright, we're doing good. We're doing good so far. Let me keep an eye on it. Oh, you got it from the Vegas track. Gotcha. Yeah, so whatever Vegas might have had, based on this one here, they might have had some little nubs originally on the wall there. I don't know. And they wanted to depict those little nubs. There we go. That's better. Had to get the right shade there. All I'm doing is making it relatively the same color. And I don't necessarily want to make it a solid color. I'm just having it grabbed. Yeah, I think this will make it more of a hard line. Okay. So I'm focusing more on... Whoa, my bad. I'm focusing more on this side of that hard line than it was in the fence line at this point. I think we'll be able to get a pretty decent result. Pretty confident at this point. What stop. There. A very subtle difference, that's for sure. Might not be able to 100% tell on stream, but it's a very subtle difference between what I'm painting over and what's already there. Very subtle difference. Sometimes it is just those subtle differences that make a big difference as far as how it presents itself on the track. Now, keeping in mind this texture, the way it's supplied is kind of stretched. So let's look at the And track surface decal. So if we go back into, let's go back to geometry, go back to that F section. Damn it. Oh, come on now. Zoomed in too far. Zoom out. Hello. There we go. Let's try that. Zoomed in a little too far, I guess. So we want to go all the way to that asphalt texture. Right there. Now if we go to light map, you can see how this is the size of it, the UV, it's getting stretched, right? So from its original size on the UV, it's almost 5 times as big, as well as skewed. So the fact that we're doing all that with that this main texture here, you got to take that in consideration too, I guess, as far as light. So it's not applying it to the track and the light map as a 1-to-1. So it's not just taking it 1-to-1, it's actually stretching it in the process. So when you stretch it, obviously it gets pixelated when it gets stretched out, even in the form of a light map. Alright, lost where I'm gonna start from the top here and work my way down. It's a very subtle difference. You might be able to tell on stream, like I said, but right about here is where I left off. You can just barely tell. Very subtle difference. Oh, you can't see it? Yeah, I know, like I said, it's very subtle. Alright, let's let me switch over here real quick. Alright, just to dump some of that. It still seems to be caching a lot of that information from the video capture, so I'm just around in here. Let's change screens. It's really wicked, I guess, as far as, you know, from what I'm looking at here, as far as how much that video capture card, which is on the streaming PC, this is where I'm doing a majority of the texture work. This video capture card really gets angry, I guess, as far as when you're not. It's like, hey, pay attention to me. And its way of doing it, with it caching all that video that's coming off of that I'm not showcasing like I am right now, it seems to get a little upset. So I'm going to keep bouncing back and forth there just to kind of say, oh, okay, I'm paying attention to you. And then it seems to be fine, yep. Alright. It's kind of a temperamental video capture card, I guess you could say. It's a cheapie. It's not one of the high-end video capture cards, so I guess it's understandable. But I think that's been a majority of my problem here on Saturdays lately. Has been that. The other thing I do need to get into the habit of, and I know it's kind of a pain for some that are watching the stream currently that aren't subbed to the channel. And this is by no means, when I say this, that does this translate, I guess, as far as you forcing you to, I guess, to sub to the channel. That's not the point. The point is, if I don't run ads on the channel at my leisure, as opposed to Twitch deciding, I guess, as far as when to play those ads, then we got bigger problems. So that's something I do definitely need to get myself into the habit of running ads on occasion. So right now we're a little over an hour, I guess, into it. Once we get this done here, I might run some ads. And I apologize in advance for anybody that is watching the stream that isn't subbed to the channel for getting some of those ads. If you are subbed to the channel, you will not get to see those ads. That's his one advantage, I guess, as far as to being subbed to the channel. You won't get any ads. But again, I don't want anybody to misunderstand it. That is not a And any indication, I guess, as far as to say you need to sub to the channel if you don't want ads. That's your choice. Whoop. Crap. That's not what I wanted to do. Ow, darn it. Stop moving. So if I had a steadier hand, this would go a little bit easier. Such a subtle difference, it's not even funny. So subtle of a difference. But what this should do now is make more of a hard line and not so much of a soft line. There's still going to be a soft line there, but what we don't want is a multi-lined type of edge on this. And by multi-line, it was like it would get a little softer and a little bit softer and so on and so forth. So we took 2 lines out so far that were relatively softer than the majority of this on both sides of this hard line. So at this point it shouldn't be as soft, at least in theory. Whoop. At least in theory. Still don't like how dark that is. There, we'll do it this way. Alright, that should do it. And that's all the way down, top to bottom. And we're zoomed in pretty good there, weren't we? Alright, so let's go ahead and save that. Alright, now we need to reopen that in WinMip 2. With WinMip 2. That texture. We already know what the settings need to be. MIP, it changes to a 1. Now, it's probably fair to mention is a little bit of summary. The way this mapping is on here, I forget what the so anything that's a 3, it basically use the whole texture to fill in whatever polys that you're applying it to, you know, like in every direction. So usually a 3 is used for when you UV map, you know, as far as the model. When you're applying textures in much the same as a light map, a 1, if I remember right, I think is a horizontal mapping. So in other words, it goes, the way it maps it is from top to bottom, and this, so the orientation of this texture is top to bottom. If it was a 2, it'd be on a vertical, and I think also 0 is a vertical as well. I forget. I always have to look at the values. But there's a reason for putting these different types of mapping, so it just depends on the type of texture and what you're trying to do with it. In most cases, you want to put it as a 3, especially in most models. The fact that this is a light map and the way it's being applied as far as any horizontal or linear type of fashion, we want it on a 1. That's just a little bit of a fair mention on that. So let's, now that we got it as a MIP, save as, overwrite that. Okay. And then, why is this still in here? So it's left the ghost of the texture. We're going to go ahead and close that out. We already got it saved. Now we can reload that texture. I should already be in F section. So again, just like I was saying, as long as you're in some type of F section or W section in the geometry editing view, you'll get this option for reload MIPS. We can see it did do that. Very subtle though. Okay. And it's still leaving a little bit of a soft edge. I don't know if we're going to be able to get rid of the entirely the soft edge here. Okay, so at this point, with the 2 edits that I've made to that so far, I'm getting the impression we're probably not going to get rid of entirely that soft edge. That's the way light maps are designed. Regardless if you as hard a line you try to create or not. Where colors change from one point to the next, the way the game is designed anyway, it's going to take those 2 different colors and soften it between the 2 different colors. So at this point where this line is at, and where it changes into this softer, you know, more of a white, it's going to automatically want to soften that. We may not be able to fix that. And on top of the fact that we're stretching it from its original size. So what might need to happen I know it's a little bit more work than expected. You could put, it's not the best option, I guess, as far as to do that, but you can make a TI out of a light map, but that's going to add more texture weight. And the fact that you've got as much of shadowing as you do all the way around the track, that's going to add a ton of texture weight. So if it comes down to it, you could do that. Another thing I want to try, though, just for pity's sake, I'm going to try and create a little bit more of a white in between these two different color variations, just to see what it'll do. I think if I get rid of a lot of this noise with the fencing in there and leave a little bit more of a gap in between there, that might help a little bit. That may help a little bit. Well, if I don't want ads on my Netflix, I have to pay more. Oh, there you go. Same with my YouTube TV. Yeah, I did reload the MIPS. Hey, Smart Alec, what's going on? How's your Saturday going? You staying dry? I know it's raining here right now. It's just being a pain in the butt right now. Hope you're doing good. Been wondering what's been happening to you. What happened to you? Not much. How you doing? Yeah, we're just. I hurried up and got as much yard work done the day before it started raining. And you don't got any rain there? Well, lucky you. Yeah, we're getting. Yeah, we got that drizzle coming down here. It's just being annoying. We got some thunderstorms last night. Didn't get much. Yeah, it kind of woke me up in the middle of the night. It rained for about 10 minutes. Lucky you. Is it still pretty humid down there, though? Yeah, it's pretty humid here, obviously, because of the rain. So all we're doing here is just trying to adjust this texture for... let me go back to the camera. This one here, we're trying to adjust this here so we don't get this dark line for our other shadow. And then we're trying to adjust the coloring of that shadow too. Kind of get it all to blend in. Just a nice breeze. That's cool. Nice. Yeah, I like how you put that there, Torch, I guess, about the ads. In fact, no, the fact that Smart, Alec, you just came in here. I was just talking about running ads, I guess, as far as my, manually, I guess, as far as here, so that anybody new coming in doesn't get any pre-rolls. Because that's something that Twitch is being super vigilant on, I guess, as far as, if you want to, for lack of a better way to put it. So it's like, if you don't decide, I guess, as far as to run ads yourself as a streamer, it's like, well, they'll do it for you. Which means when new people come in, they'll get ads, get the pre-rolls, and it's like they got to watch those ads, I guess, as far as prior to being able to see what's going on. So I've been trying to be more attuned, I guess, as far as to running ads myself. Just to let Twitch know, at least anyway, it's like, look, I'm running ads, you don't need to do it for me. And we were just past an hour, about an hour and a half, so I'll wait another half an hour before I do that. Right, see, that's exactly my point, Smart. See, because you're not subbed, and I didn't run ads, I guess, as far as myself, after about an hour and a half, that's what I've been trying to do. So they suggest, Twitch does suggest that after every hour, you want to run at least 3 minutes worth of ads. That's what they suggest. That's just to eliminate any potential pre-rolls, I guess, as far as when somebody that's not subbed comes to the channel to be able to see what's going on here. So I'll wait another half an hour before I run some ads. Now that you're coming here, I don't want to... You already seen ads, you don't want to see more ads, right? That'd be kind of rude on my part. But yeah, that seems to be the thing with Twitch. They're trying to give you, as a streamer, the option, I guess, as far as to... you got the power, I guess, as far as to be able to control how the ads are being played on your stream. So if you don't want to use it, they'll invoke, I guess, their own power, I guess, to do that. No, they won't let you shut it off at all anymore. That's like I said, that's something they're becoming very vigilant on now. If you shut off the pre-rolls, I guess as far as on your dashboard, that's just giving them the indication. It's like, okay, you don't want to run ads, right? So we're just going to do it for you. I've had so many people coming in here just like yourself. You got pre-rolls because I didn't run any ads prior to the starter stream. And if you were somebody brand new that's never been here before, that's a huge problem. Because that person's probably going to be like, well, screw it, I'm going somewhere else. I mean, granted, that's going to happen on any channel, but I feel if I got more, if I run the ads myself and just be vigilant, I guess, on that, then it just tells Twitch, like, all right, he's running his own ads. So there's no way to get around not playing ads, period. They're, like I said, they're getting very vigilant on, that's how they make their money, on top of people that want to sub to your channel, I guess. Alright, so I'm just looking around. I thought you applied another one of these here, Torch. I guess it was just the one. That's what I was looking at. So we only got the one. So eventually what we want to do is be able to get more of these medallion shadows in these areas. Alright? So, let's see your mesh history up. Oh, my bad. You know how to work with Lua? It depends on what it's involving. I know a little bit of Lua, but not a lot. Not a lot. I'm not like fluent in it. So like I've done some Luas, I guess, as far as for the global company stuff for Farm Sim 19. I still haven't figured out what the heck they're doing with 22. There's so many things that I've tried to invoke, I guess, as far as to work. Based on what was in 19 to 22. And I don't even know if that's what you mean, I guess, as far as with the farm sim stuff, but I haven't figured that out either for 22, as far as what the heck they got. That the game engine for 22 is so much different, not even funny. It's been a nightmare for me. So if that answers your question. So you're developing another 5M server, looking for a dev. Oh, gotcha. So the 5M stuff, you know, as far as the GTA, I haven't done a lot with that. I wouldn't imagine it would be that much different. So you're speaking more of doing like with that kind of Lua, you would have something that you push a button, it runs the script or whatever to do a function. That kind of stuff I really don't know how to do. Most of the Lua that I know of, like from Farm Sim, is involving just like registering something that wasn't in the game to say, look, you need to put this in there, you know, so like fill types and stuff like that. So it's not really something that's interactive where like you push a button and then it runs a function. That kind of stuff I'm not as fluent in, unfortunately. It won't probably be that hard to figure out, but as far as the language to get like something like that to work, and I'm assuming that's what you're trying to do, right? Because I think that's what a lot of the 5M stuff has, is like being able to create shops or whatever they have, functions. You know, it's like if you click on this button, it does something. And correct me if I'm wrong. Right. I appreciate you asking, though. Because I know there's plenty of stuff like that I do know. I just don't know it that thoroughly enough. That's pretty cool. So you're trying to get another GTA server up? Is that it? What happened with the doing the workshop streams? I still got my my plans that I did for the desk. Because you were doing the workshop streams there. You know, as I look at this thing in different angles, I can definitely see that there is probably a crease here somewhere in the geometry, because it does tend to separate when I look at it at different angles too. I'm speaking to you, Torch, I guess, as far as when I say that. So when I look at it from this way, it's not as bad. When you look at it this way, it actually separates. This may not be as good an option to use a TSD for doing this, right? It may come down to you might have to use a 3DO. Because that's definitely going to pull away. Because I've got it pretty much on top of it right here if I look at it from the side. But if you go look at it from this way, see how it pulls away? And that's because of the way that geometry is of the track. And this is what happens with using track surface decals. That's what I was mentioning earlier. Sometimes you can get away with it. But I think where we're trying to put this on the track geometry, it's not working out as well. Now, these light poles obviously are a different story. And it might be because it's more stretched across the geometry. This is something we still need to test in the sim itself to make sure it's not... this TSD isn't cutting through the wheels of the car, right? Just been busy with work. That's understandable. You haven't been able to do it. Yeah, we've been missing the workshop streams anywhere there. That's pretty cool. You're trying to get a GTA server going again. I appreciate you, at least thinking about. Man, that's bugging me. Yeah, I appreciate you giving me an option, or the opportunity, I guess, as first to do something with that. I wish I knew more about that. I've taken a look at some of the stuff for GTA 5, and it's kind of rough. It would probably take me a little bit more to yeah, but since you cleaned up the light map, Freedom Medallion Shadow might work better now. No, that's what I'm already showing you. That's what I'm already showing you, Torch. That's what I'm saying. This is with the cleaned up texture, right? So as you look at this from different angles, it tends to separate from the light map. So this is a separate light map. See how it separates there? And you look at it from this way. See how it's exactly how it looks looking at it top down. Whoops, let's zoom in on that. That's exactly how it looks from top down. So I don't think this is going to be a reasonable option for applying these medallion shadows. If you don't want that separation from that. So this is with the updated medallion texture and the light map at this point. This is the result we're getting. See how that separates at different angles? So if you got a camera angle going around as far as watching the cars, you're going to see that separation there. That's going to look like doo-doo, in my opinion. I'm talking about the 3DO medallion shadow. Oh yeah, so the original 3DO shadows, having that cleaned up might work better. It very well might work better. But at least that gives you somewhat of an idea of where we're at. We're only trying it on this one that you've already got applied. I think all the changes that we've made up to this point, I think it's coming to that conclusion, like I said, as far as this may not be a viable option for these. Might have to go back to the model, unfortunately. So if you still got those, now I did notice, as I already pointed out earlier in the stream, you totally changed the orientation of the texture from on this TSD, the track surface decal, from the model. And by that, let's go back here. You already replaced, whoop, not that one. I'm going to reopen these here. So this original shadow is a different orientation than what you've got on the track surface decal. So I don't know if you'd be able to use that same texture. Let me see here. Now I got to look at it again just to humor myself. So let's go back. We're going to take a look at this. Nope. One more folder. One more folder. Alright, so in here. The one we replaced is, nope, I don't want that one either. We're going to take a look at those in a second too. As far as the inner walls and the outer walls. That's been removed. So this was the original texture for that 3DO, right? Now the new one that's in the form of a TSD, you're using a different size for that. So if you send me the fence light map, so I'll have the models out. Right, and I guess that's kind of what I was alluding to. You could try that and see if it'll work better. I was figuring part of the reason why you didn't want to continue with the models is it's probably a PETA to be able to make each set of those, I guess. And that's understandable. Let's see. I forgot where I was going. I need to open up the new texture. That's what I wanted. So the new texture for this is this guy. You got this orientation with the TI on that one. So you wouldn't be able to use this one directly. I mean, you could re-UV map it to that original model that you had. This, possibly. See how that looks. And not use this one at all. Just totally disregard using that. That could be an option. But that's something else. Just like I was mentioning with the mappings. The way these are applied, I guess, as far as to the track in the form of a track surface decal, because you can stretch it in all directions. This is probably a really good example of why you want to have a mapping of 3, because you want to be able to distort it or stretch it out in all directions to be able to fill in whatever you're trying to apply it in all directions. So that's why you would use a map of 3 as opposed to a map of 1 like that light map was. It's only going in one direction for the most part, right? That feathered line it create the same kind of issues for the 3DO model as well. Yeah, seeing it, you may not be able to get rid of that entirely. Yeah, that might be the other issue too. So regardless if you use the 3DO model or this TSD, obviously you might end up with the same problem. Because now what you've got, maybe not so much with the original model, but what you've got here now, you got a TI in this medallion, which has its own soft edge to it, and then you have the soft edge that is going to be generated by the light map, and those two are fighting against each other. So you got that going for it too. Yeah, the fact that we wouldn't be able to apply, so this is probably another thing to mention. The fact that we wouldn't necessarily be able to apply, let's go all the way back to that light map. So in that light map, and I guess this was kind of what I was hinting on. Shoot, that's not what I wanted. Dang it. I need the edit folder. I need so many folders. All right, we need to go here to the track map. If we open up this texture, the fact that we wouldn't be able to apply, I mean, you could try that too, but what would become the issue is you're not going to have, you don't want these medallions to be all the way across that shadow of the fencing. So to apply this medallion shadow to this directly might not be as much of an option, because then what you'd have to do, let's take a look at this a little closer. What you'd have to do, and it would depend on how your segments go. There's no way to segment out light mapping like you can on, say, wall textures, as far as logos on a wall. So that's where in some cases it becomes an issue, I guess, as far as being able to apply that medallion shadow right to that light map. Let's see here. Let's crap. Alright, let me reapply. Come on now, select it. It's pain in the butt. There we go. So if we select this, we're on the light map. So we're on the fence shed. A. There's no way to segment out like you can on wall textures as far as data. Can you? Wait a minute. Alright, let's entertain this here for a second. I haven't done much with this, I'll have to be honest, but I think you might be able to. I think what'll happen if you try that, though, no, it is not going to let you. See the fact that this is all grayed out for light map, it's not going to let you split that to be able to add a segment to it. So when you apply a texture in that area, you're not going to be able, the only way you're going to be able to control it is through skewing. I wonder if that would be more of an option. So the fact that you can't add a text seg to it, you might be able to apply a specific light map over here instead. Also the light poles. We're not right, and that was the other thing I was thinking of too. But I'm just spitballing right now. I think there's a way. Yeah, to get them to line up almost exactly where you want them to land, that's going to be more of the issue. So if you want them specifically in front of this, you'll be able to get it, and then when you stretch it too far, it's going to look like very skewed, and it's not going to be like solid, if you will. It's going to look very unnatural. So yeah, there's going to become that issue. So I'm just going through the motion, I guess, as far as what you've already probably dealt with, just to kind of explain why we're doing things the way we are. So in an effort, I guess, to try and get, just like we did with the light poles, and get those to line up where we want them, like this one is, that's the same thing we're trying to do with the medallion shadows. So yeah, I think no matter if you use a TSD or not, I think the other biggest issue with the TSD is it's not 100% conforming to the geometry of the track. So when you look at it from different angles, you're going to get a different look of it, right? So when you look at it from this direction, it's relatively flush and almost just exactly the way we can see it top down. When we look at it from this way, see how it separates? And that's the nature of a TSD, because you've got that angularity in the geometry, and it's so much smaller, I guess, as far as, say, your light pole. It's going to do that more than, I don't think, there's no way to correct that. So the other way to correct it, which you've already tried, is to do a 3DO, so that it's more conformed, I guess, as far as what the actual geometry of the track. I still, in either case, I don't think you're going to get rid of that dark line on the bottom edge of that. That's the other unfortunate thing about it, because you've got the two transparencies in both the light map, which has its own properties, and then the TI that's in the medallion shadow texture. So you might just have to live with the fact that it's going to have that dark edge there between the two, and it may not be so bad, because this is what I think of. So these pieces of the medallion shadow, these are bolted on. Chances are you're probably going to get some light in, in nature, as far as IRL, that's going to peek through where they bolt these on to the top of that safer. So even if you did leave a little bit of separation between the two when you apply it in the form of a 3DO, and have a little bit of a lighter line like this is showing, I don't think that's going to be terrible. That's going to give you more of an indication that these are not 100% fused on here where it's tight, and you're going to get some light that's going to come through that. It may not do that in actuality, but that's, the other upside, I guess, as far as the way I look at to that. I think it would definitely look better having the medallion shadow there as opposed to not. But if that's what you would have to do, I guess, as far as to get rid of the dark line, if that's necessarily a solution to that, I guess that's a fair thing. Right. So at this point, that's definitely true. It's either going to be a TSD. I don't think the TSD is going to be as viable of an option, is what I'm thinking. And only primarily for the fact that when you're looking at it from this direction, it's fine. When you look at it from this direction, it's not. Right? So based on the top-down view of this, you got that separation of it because of the geometry of the track. So it doesn't look like this uniformly at all angles. You'd be able to control that better with the 3DO. Yeah, to me that's going to be very, very noticeable. As far as, especially with the camera angles, like if you were to get the cars coming through here like that, you're going to see that separation. I don't know, just my opinion. I'm just stating the facts here. So I think that's about all I can really think of to do, I guess, as far as with the medallion shadows for now. TSD, I don't feel it's going to be as much of an option. So if you've already got those models for the original medallion shadow, continue to use that, but maybe play around with, even this light map that I adjusted here. I don't think it's going to matter. Not going to matter. The only thing that, I mean, I can still send it to you, but all the adjustments that I made to that, it's still going to create that soft edge here, regardless. So it really doesn't matter if you continue to use the one you already have, or if you use this one. I was just doing it just to kind of humor the fact it was more of a theory. We kind of debunked that theory, I guess, as far as to be able to make it more of a hard line, so it wouldn't interfere, I guess, as far as with that medallion shadow is all. The line on light map not being feathered, honestly, will make it a big difference with using 3DO. I mean, you, like I said, you can try it. I don't think it will, though. I really don't think it will. It's still going to create that soft edge, because even this is what I got loaded in here currently, right? I got the modified light map in here, and it's still creating that hard, you know, this dark line on here. So the way you're applying, and it's going to happen the same thing with the 3DO, more than likely. Now, if you don't apply a TI, which might look a little weird, you'd have to really adjust, I guess, as far as the texture for that 3DO, right? Because we can see with that original texture here was no TI. If you don't put a TI to it, that might help with it. And I see what you're alluding to, I guess, as far as if you use this texture that I edited, and you go back to this route to apply that medallion shadow texture, and not use a TI, you won't have to deal with this dark line here at all. Right? Hello, what's up, Evan? What's going on? Yeah, so if you like the one I did, I mean, you can play with it, but I don't think, unless you, like I said, as long as you, I don't want to say this. So as long as you don't use a TI in your texture for your medallion shadow, the model, then it should be fine. But you've got that model, so I'll let you go ahead and deal with that. Tired? Yeah, you've been up early, I know. It's understandable. I need to switch this over to my other scene here real quick. Yep, I got the video capture card. It's getting angry again, so give me a second here. Yeah, so if you're not going to use a TI, yeah, that's all I was mentioning there. I'm going to switch it over to this one here, just to kind of get the video capture card, not to get it less angry. So this is where we're going to getting to, I guess, as far as eventually is get into the sim, be able to show everything out. We already loaded it up with all the Torch's updates before we done any edits to it, and that loads fine, so we know we're good to go there. So all I'm doing, this is what I'm combating here, is just to make sure that we don't get any video freeze like I've had the last couple of Saturdays. It seems to be related quite a bit to the video capture card. So as long as I'm letting that all that video from the video capture card dump out and not just letting it sit there and get angry, it seems to be fine. Alright, so going back over to here. This is over to the other PC. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's understandable though, Evan, that you're a little bit tired. Did you get the Bobcat at least figured out? Did you get all the what you need to get fixed on that done? Hopefully you got it running again. Alright, so I think we're pretty well set, I guess, as far as what needs to be done with the medallion shadows. But it goes to show you, I guess, as far as just how much level of detail is in this thing, and the approach that those like myself and even Torch is taking, I guess, as far as to get all that in there. So on top of everything else that's been done with the track, we already showed that earlier part of the stream. I'm going to look at some other things with the latest updates, just to show you the differences of what's happened since last week. See, like your wife, if I don't show some attention, you get us upset, right? It's kind of, it's a really good comparison there, Torch. Yeah, really good attention, really good comparison. So yeah, we showed all the shadowing that's now on the the inner walls here. We didn't have that as of last week. Something else I did notice here, Torch, and I'm sure you're probably more focused on this as well as the medallion shadows, on top of working in your garden, you know, because it is nice weather out. It's totally understandable. One thing I did notice when I first loaded this up here is one of the other places that I did go to right away was the star that was on the gate here. That hasn't been touched. Now, you did move all this, as you already showed me. I do notice, I guess, as far as you got a little bit of separation from the fence. And I don't know if that's done intentionally. We'll check that out in the sim. Sometimes, with the way these items breathe, sometimes you do have to let them hang out here. So I want to see if that's the case there. You moved all this, as I suggested, I guess, as far as, because we saw that real picture, that all that was before this opening. So the fact that you took the effort, I guess, to do that. One thing I did notice, as I pointed out last week, this star is super bright. That was the only other thing that I noticed on that. So there could be some adjustment made to that. Still, just to get it to not look so obvious from the geometric and the model piece. That's the only thing that's setting that off, is all. Smart Alec, give me a lurk. Thank you for the lurk. Enjoy your lurk. Yeah, and I figured you were probably more focused on all the. That's like I mentioned. You were focused more on the medallion shadows and that shadowing on that inner safer. It's totally understandable. And when you got most of your focus onto that, you can forget things. But that's why I'm here to remind you. And it would have became very obvious if you would have went into the sim. So even from a distance, you can definitely see that stand. That's the only thing out of that whole model that really sets it off, right? Is that. That's the only giveaway, I guess, as far as that points it out as it being a model instead of a geometric. And that's pretty freaking cool if you think about it. There's nothing else that really makes it else stand out. Yeah, she's a bright one. It's almost like it's lit. But anyway, that can be corrected through the form of texture, just like we're doing with the shadows and that for the medallion shadows. Alright, so with that said, I want to take a look a little bit closer at. So I'll be sure to give that new texture for the light map to you. What was the difference between that and the B? That was the other thing I wanted to look at. So the B, oh, it's just going the other way? Is that all it is? Let me open up the A again. So the A, it's got a different skew to it. I got it. I see. I wanted to humor myself. So this one's skewing this way, or is upward, and this one's going downward. Figured there was a method to the madness there. I just wanted to check it out. Alright, so there is a need for that. So depending on where that fencing at and the angularity of the shadow, obviously you would need to have that. And the fact you're only using the two shadows to do that, that's pretty cool. Alright, just to humor that. So we'll make sure we get you the... Now, what also, I guess what I'm wondering is, would you need both those done? You might be able to apply the same thing to the B, much the same as the A, because I did kind of trim off. So where's the B actually being used? Let's check that out. Because we did, so the B's probably being used more on this end. So A is usually being used over there. So B is being used over here. See how does that line up. I'm gonna look through. Okay, I gotta humor myself even further. So what I need to do is take a look at where does the B start, the A end and the B start. That's what we need to do. You got a flight stick? Noise. Brand new one or borrowed or what? On the back stretch, I think. Let me take a look here. I need to look. Yeah, so I can see that skewed this way. Yeah, let me take a look at this real closer. The way we can tell, we can do the same thing as we did in the turn. So that's still A. Wait, where am I at here? Yep, so this is where I got selected, so I'm still in turn 1. I'm going to go this way. We're going to pan this out so you can see where we're at here in the apex of turn 1 and 2. And I'm going to stay right on that that line. So there's where B starts right there. So what I want to look at, there's a B used there right into turn 2. How does that look? Does that still mesh? Well, let me see what that looks like. Make sure there's no disparity, I guess, between the transition of the A to B. Because if there is, that's going to have to be adjusted as well. Alright, so let's look at our section. So we are just past the middle of the third billboard in there. Okay, that's where the B starts. Alright, cool. That gives me a reference. So these billboards right here. Well, right. Yep, you can see the little nubs. See that change right there? That's what I want to look at. So the B will have to be adjusted as well, much the same fashion. You can see how much we trimmed it off. Here's where the B starts. And also the other indication that I can tell, we took the little nubs off of A. You can see those little nubs here. So this is where you can see that transition from A to B. So that the B will have to be adjusted as well. I can do that real quick too. In much the same fashion that I did. Yes, holy crap. How did that get screwed up? I don't know if that was like that originally. You can see how this is off. Let's see. Nope, that should all be A. So what the heck? Let me check the rest of this. Yeah, these are off here. That's not good. Yeah, see how all these are off? That might have been something I screwed up. Now, I still got the backup of the original. I might just revert that back to that, to be honest. That seems to be something I screwed up. Yeah, I don't believe that was like that previously. Now, it's fine over here, but it tends to get wonky over in this direction. Yep, so like right there. But the other thing that I'm noticing too, I think it might be better just to go back to that original texture. So, might be better just to use that original texture. But if you're not going to use a TI in that medallion shadow, it's probably going to be fine. Probably going to be fine. Because I don't know what I did for this to happen. But I can definitely see where the B starts, which is right about here. And also it's got those little nubs on there that we took off on the A. So, new was only $30. Hey, not bad. Pretty good deal. Light stick. So now you'll be able to do that. What was that? What was that game that you were playing? I forget what it was. With all the airplanes and stuff. That's pretty cool. Let me put in an original texture just to see if that was evident prior to me making any changes. I'm kind of curious now. So I'll be able to swap this out here, leave it right in this spot. I'm going to put that original texture back. This is what's nice about stuff that's in the track mat. We can reload those. So what I'll do is our new texture for A. I'm going to rename this as new. Right, now you can do this while the track is still open. Doesn't get upset over that. So we do this. So as long as you don't do anything in the track prior to getting it named properly, right? So we go like this. Rename this one back. This is our original texture. And it does. Well, I'm going to confirm on my end too. So that was already an issue, I guess, as far as prior to we did anything. So we'll see what we can do to fix that. So I'm putting the original texture back in here before we made any changes. Now I'll be able to go back into the track here while that's still. And again, it doesn't matter where you are, as long as you've got a W or F section selected. And then go into your F or W sections and then reload. Alright, so that's applying back, so you can see how that shifted. It was going right back to where, before we added anything. And it does confirm, just like what you found out, these are misskewed. Question is, why is it doing that? See what we can do to fix that. So it turns out fine over on this end. It's not till it gets right about here, edge of this medallion, where it starts to get funky. Right from here to here. So that, which billboard is that? Well, the middle of the second one in, going in this direction, where it starts to get funky. Let's see what we got here. Let's go here. So about second one in here, so we're gonna go back one segment, like so. That's right in the middle of that segment. That's weird. Okay, so on the head of the segment for that light map, it's fine. It's towards the tail is what we need to adjust. So this is the head, which is the 7. So this, oh wow, you got some on the V2. Okay, you've got texture size a little bit different too, I guess, as far as on the head and the tail. That you can almost use a U and V, almost kind of like head and tail, somewhat. It's kind of not 100% correct or accurate, I guess, as far as to do that, but basically with that mapping, as I was mentioning earlier, as far as being in a 1, which is a linear type of mapping, so it would go from in this direction, in this case counterclockwise. The 6 texture size is on the head, and the 4.55 would be on the tail, right? And then also you got some skewing up and down on the tail, so we might have to mess with this 4.55 and the 3. So on the head, which is the U values here, that's fine. We don't want to touch that. Let's see what we can do here though. So from right about here, let me get on that there. That second one, yeah, we can see where it starts to skew. So here it's fine. Right about here is where it starts to get off balance here. That's what I want to focus on. Let's see if we can adjust it. And it's not off by much either. It tends to get what's the word I'm looking for? It tends to get more off skew, I guess, as far as further we get to the tail of the segment. We might have to adjust it in the next segment too, based on what we adjust it to here. Alright, let's see what we got here. So in this tail, at a 455, let's put it closer to a 5. See how that's shifting? That's because we're changing the scale of it. Now what we don't want to do is mess up over here, which we are doing. Son of a gun. Alright, that's what I was hoping wouldn't happen. Put that back to there. Let's see if we put it, we need to go higher on that value, so I'm going to put it to a 5. That's not going to work. Okay, so maybe we got to go lower. 4.5. So you can see I'm just changing it ever so slightly. So as the more we change it as to a higher number, it's shifting it in that direction, right? So we need to go a little bit higher on that value. Go 460. That's too high. 58. You're gonna be like that, huh? Oh my goodness! Look at how much it's changing it just with a little bit of a change there. And a lot of it has to do with this skew that we got on that too. Holy crap! Can't take it out 3 decimals, unfortunately. Oh my goodness! All right, let's see if we change this. Probably get away with just doing, instead of adjusting the textile size and the size of the texture, stretching it on a linear fashion, you can probably adjust the skew. So let's do 3.02. That's going backwards, so we want to actually make that a smaller number. Let's try 2.99. 98. Wait, is that going the wrong way again? Okay, it did go back. Right, 3.3. Come on now. Going the wrong way. All right, 2.8. Okay, that's better. Don't mind that. 289. 289 seems to look good. Now, how does it look the rest of it? See, it screwed all that up now. You piece of crap. Dirty rotten thing, you. Okay, so what we got to do is go back to towards the head and adjust that a little bit. Much the same fashion as we did there, just a little bit at a time. See if we can get that straightened out, though. Looks a little wonky. Yeah, I'm coming to that conclusion. It was not nothing I did. It was there, but we're gonna see if we can fix it. So at least I'm giving you some values, I guess, to work with here, Torch. So far, I've got that. Let's do on the head here. Again, we're not going to change the textile size, which is the first set of values here. These are the skew for it. We just want to get that little bit of skew out of there. So we want to go try 702, 705. That's moving it. That's stretching it in this direction. We don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. Let's try. What happens in it? Okay, 703. Might be able to get away with that. Just really minimal adjustments there. We don't really need anything drastic. That looks a little better. That looks a little better. So that's what it takes for applying light maps properly. That's still off here. That's more towards the tail again. How's it look the rest of the way down here? Yeah, still off way on this head though. Hey, gummit. Alright. 703 on this one too. That's stretching it that way. Okay. 3. Man, it's gonna be a pain in the butt. I don't know why it's separating it like that. It's almost like it's treating this part here as a separate texture. But it's not. So what the sandbox is trying to do at this point is the way the skew is applied there is it's trying to apply that light map to the best of its ability to the geometry as best as it can. The fact is there's probably a little bit of a drop off here. A little bit of a bump or whatever you want to call it. In the geometry here, that's why this is off right in this part, but yet it's fine over here. Yeah, all that's fine. So where does that segment actually start? That segment starts all the way over here. This is over by the start of the Speedway Club, and over there, that's all fine. Yeah, so right about here. Yep, so right about here. All in this area, that's fine. Okay, so what we need to do is figure out how can we fix that little spot right now. That's the only spot. Oh, oh my goodness. It's all messed up right there. Okay, so it's just a matter of finding the right value that's going to work across that entire segment. So it's good mostly on the tail here. A little bit off there. Nope, still off on the tail here. So that goes all the way to... Let's check that again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fifth one in. Let's see. That's the fifth one in. At 280. What do you mean move left one click? Move what left 1 click? Hold on. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's right about here. That's where that segment ends, right about there. Yeah, so you can see how that's all fine right there. That's just weird how that skews differently as it goes all the way through the corner. Yeah, that's where we want to. That's what we want to adjust, right? We want to adjust the asphalt texture, not the light map, not the wall. The wall should be fine. You see here. Unless what you're saying is you got them both on the wall and the asphalt. So when you're doing light maps, you want to put it on the asphalt. That's what you should be. That's what we're on. When we go back to base, we're on the asphalt. So if you've got it on the wall as well, it may not need to be there. Now I gotta brought it all the way to the right. Wall top fence. Left. About this one here. I guess I don't know what you mean. Oh, so the wall top, that one we shouldn't have to mess with. Guess I'm confused. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. The light map on the asphalt is what needs to be. I was on the asphalt. Next, oh, the next asphalt texture. There's 2 of them there? I thought it was only 1. Asphalt 02. There's asphalt 02, wall top. Yeah, there's only the 1 there that I can see. That one. And it goes in a wall top. That's the fence. Soft wall top. Oh, there is an asphalt 2. I see what you're saying. So there's this one here too. This one also has a light map. Maybe that's what's screwing up. Okay, I got you. So you got 2 different ones in there because you got 2. Oh, maybe that's what's screwing it up. All right, I didn't realize there was more than 1 asphalt texture. So you got to apply the same values, I guess, as far as to all asphalt textures, basically. We got 2 different ones in here. That's probably why it's doing that. All right, so you're saying you use 280 on the V? Is that what? On both of those? It would have to be applied to both. You have to match those 2. It would have to be 280 on both of these then. So this one here, as well as that one right there. As far as on this light map, right? They'd have both these would have to be the same. That's probably wasn't matched up. So let me go back here. So I'm gonna put this back to 7. Put this back to, this was at 3. Just to humor this. Right? So on this one here, you're saying 280 on this one as well. And also 280 on back to base map. Go left. And then there's another asphalt 02 on this one. Go back to light map. Put this one to 280. Okay, those are both still off. Alright, so on this outer one here, you're saying 280, right? Which asphalt one are you putting at 280? So there's 2 asphalt 02s that we got to deal with. So I got this one here and there's one on the other side of the wall. Which ones? I'm going to play around with this myself just to kind of... Obviously they can't both be the same because it doesn't line up. Alright, so you're saying 3 on the first one and 280 on the inner one. So it needs to be 280 on this one, which I have. So that doesn't match though. That's the problem. So if I go back to the outer one, which is going to be this one, if I put that one on 3. Okay, let's put that back to 3. I mean, that's what it was originally, but let's see here. It still doesn't line up. That's still not right. So right in that spot doesn't line up yet. So okay, I see where it's applying the 2 different light maps. Now let's see here. Now that I know that there's 2 different light asphalts, trying to overlap these 2 light maps. Yeah, see that's still off right there. So it appears to me the outermost one is still off. So that's the innermost one. We're going back to the innermost one. Let's go left. That would be this one here. Go back to light map. 280 I don't think is the right value. That's still off. Let me try something here though. Let's try to. Oh, crying out loud. 2 point. Good lord, I had too many decimals in there. $85, 288 by 290. How does that look? Yeah, now that I know what's going on there with the 2 different asphalt textures, and now I kind of get why it's skewing off there. That's definitely that's still way off. The other question is, do we really need to have that light map in that innermost asphalt too, is what I'm wondering. I'm still seeing it off in several spots. That's on the innermost, right? 266, let's see. I'm almost thinking you probably won't need this one that's on the innermost asphalt. You could probably get away with just leaving it on the outermost. Maybe? Just a thought. I think what you're trying to do, from what I can tell, is you're trying to end it off with a this here instead of a little nub hanging off on the top. I can get that. 266. Okay, so this is where it tends to feather right here. It starts right here and it tends to stretch out going this way. A little bit off right there, you can definitely tell. Only at the head though. Yeah, then it's still obviously quite a bit off this way. I almost think you could probably just leave that out. Quite honestly, I'm gonna see what that looks like with that out. Now, granted, you would have to take that out all the way through, but is it just this one segment that is doing that though? Let's see. Yeah, it's way off over here. So this is where the B starts right there. B starts right about here. Here, let me make sure my make sure the video ain't freezing. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't think 266 is the right one either. It's good in like a couple of spots, but not all the way. For the most part, it's way off. Yeah, here. That's 2. So we're on the innermost still yet. So let's adjust this down. Let's try 270. Might have to find split the difference on this here. We got the same texture size, but not. See, you got a different skew on that one. Let's put this to 7. I see why you did that. That's on the head. That's, yep. Makes sense. So on the head of that, it's actually moving it out in this direction more, and that's what it's supposed to do. Again, too many decimals. So it was at 280. Now it's off. 85. 8. It's still a little bit off there, but see how it is on the head of that segment. Let's see. Yep. Man, it is being totally stubborn. I don't know. I'm leaning more towards the fact you could probably just get rid of it on the yeah, because the fact that I can understand at this point here that it's using B. It's using the B. Let's see, where was that at? Right about here. Yeah, so it switches over to B from here over, so that's going to be a totally different light map than here. It doesn't seem to be that you can get that 100% lined up all the way through the segment, though. That's the problem I'm having. That's definitely a fair amount off. I think you could probably get away with just getting rid of that in that segment, because you don't have anything. Let me see here. Back it up on this one. Fine. Yeah, you don't have anything here. I think you can get away with just not having it there at all. You do have a fence B there. So this one's at 773. So you probably tried to put that at the same value as the A as it is the B. Obviously that doesn't work. Eight. Head. 773. 6, 455. 3 obviously doesn't work. Let me try that. Oh, gotta go back the other way. So right over here. That definitely doesn't work. Yep, that's still definitely off right here. Yeah, if you remove it, what you would have to do, that's what I was saying. You'd have to remove anything on that this innermost asphalt all the way through, right? So you'd have to do it all the way through, otherwise it's not going to blend. So if I just take it out here, right, you're going to see where that's been removed, going into B, going into this segment. And just to prove it, we'll just go ahead and try this out. So right, getting that spot where that switches over. So right about here is where it switches from A to B. So if I take that out, you're going to see a little notch in here where it switches over to B. Yep, so while that's selected in that segment, we'll go ahead and none. Yeah, just like that. That's gonna be a little funky. Now, something else you might be able to do. Now, all this is showing right here is the one that's on the outermost F section, the outermost asphalt. I'm wondering if you could switch this back. Let me try something here. That's the innermost asphalt. We're gonna go to the right. Go to this guy. Go to the light map. And adjust this one out so we can mate it up with this here. So what that would require on the tail, right, have to lower that thing. Okay, that's no good. All right, maybe not. try it on the V. That's only going to do it in a linear fashion. Yep. Alright, so that's going to bring that up on the head. I don't want to mess with the head. I want the tail. So let's see. I gotta go higher or lower? I gotta go lower. Okay. 3, 5, 6. No, that's not gonna work like I was thinking. I was hoping it would. Not gonna work like I was hoping it would. Let's put it back to 7. Even if we do 8, that's gonna suck it in more. So it's going that way, not this way. And that's doing actually what it's supposed to do. That's the way that texture is designed. So I think removing it, the only other way you could, yeah, again, like I was saying, if you remove that completely from here, you'd have to go all the way through out the track and remove anything from that innermost asphalt. And I don't think that would look terrible. I can totally get what you were trying to do with trying to extend that shadow out as far as you could because of the way where the direction of the sun. But the way these aren't lining up, I think it would behoove, I guess, as far as just to shorten that up a little bit. So down here it should be fine because you started to taper it down on this end, which was fine. But now that we removed it, it's pretty even all the way across. And I think if you remove it all the way throughout the rest of the track on that innermost asphalt, it'll probably be fine. I really like the way this looks, but let me see what I can do on the head. Let me try something here. So if I adjust the head on this one here to bring this down, I don't know how that's going to look. Let's see here. Let's humor that. So if we go... Yeah, so right in this segment on the B, I want to be able to adjust the head of that on the U. See what we can do here. Alright, making sure my video is not frozen. Cool. We're getting to that point. I'm going to switch over here real quick, folks. Keep my video card happy. Capture. Let it not freak out. Yeah, feel free to get yourself a shot and all that stuff while I do that. Get a little bit of stretch on too. Alright. Alright, that should be good. Yeah, we're getting to that point where it's... Oh, that's almost one. There you go. Get it boosted up. look at that. Look at that. Look at that thing. Get 2 robots. He's like, okay, I'll just shift it. I'll just shift the emote so you don't get it. What a stinker. What a stinker that bot's being. Alright, cool. Alright, let me try again. Let me try something here. So we're gonna go ahead and try to adjust the head on this innermost light map for the innermost asphalt anyway. Let's see here. Wait, am I on the innermost? I don't think I'm on the innermost ones. Shoot, hold on. Where am I? Oh crap, which one am I on? Hold on. Nope, I think I'm on the outermost one there. Okay, hold on. We're gonna get to the right one here. Let's switch it back to base. Go to the left. That's the innermost one right there. That's the one we want to mess with right there. The outer one is, the outermost asphalt is fine. I want to mess with that one. Right. Now we need to go to the light map. This is the one we want to screw with. Okay. Now. Okay, so we can do something like this. where you can kind of blend that in there. That way you can still have the wideness, you know, going through turn 2. Much the same thing you were trying to do with back with what we took out there, starting in turn. Wait, what screwed up here? Oh, never mind. I was looking at something weird. Alright, so I think we can probably taper this enough. Let me bring that back out just to see how that looks. Bump that up just one. So that's where it was. Okay, so that does bring it down. Okay. This might be a viable option. So taking the A out on the innermost asphalt and then adjusting the head on this B on the innermost asphalt, not touching the outermost asphalt. So the one that's on the back side of the outside wall, leave that one alone so far. Just dealing with the one that's on this side of the wall. Let's see, 790. How far do we want to bring that? I guess 8 might work. 8 might work. Then also what I'm noticing is it's off on the skew this way too. Ain't that a booger? Yeah, so these are off here too, so you would have to... You're gonna have the same problem then with that. So when you're squishing it down, because of the angularity of that fence post, it's shifting it over that way as you're squishing it down. And when I say squish it down, as far as so where it was when we squished it down closer to this other light map, it's changing the angularity of that there. So when I move it back out, this, now it lines up. So yeah, and that's all because of that angularity that's in that hole here. It's making that very obvious. So what it comes down to, should you just remove all of that's on the inside. That means you'd have to go all the way throughout the track and remove anything that's on that innermost asphalt. If that's the case, because otherwise you're going to have that gap, and that by that gap I mean you're going to have this this type of transition here, and that's not going to look good. That's not going to look good. It's really kind of strange. You know, I get what it's doing because I've had this problem before myself. Just that little bit of difference between this innermost asphalt and applying that light map to that and the one that's on the outside, the other side of the wall, how much difference there is and how much that texture gets skewed, even trying to apply the same values. That just goes to show you how the light maps work. So as you're moving inward or outward, even that little bit of distance there, you're going to have that little bit of difference there, I guess, as far as in that, how it skews linearly, because that's the way that that texture is designed, to skew linearly as far as from this direction. So, try what? Oh, try this, right? Yeah, maybe it'll listen that way. Maybe it'll listen that way. So, as much as that would stink, it almost seems like you would need to remove, in order to get rid of all that misskewing of the poles from one asphalt texture to the other, you almost have to remove that all. And as much as that stinks, I still don't think it looks bad, because you still have this look, I guess, as far as from the, you know, coming off the fence. I know what you were trying to accomplish was to have it stretch out a little bit further because of the direction of the sun is coming from this direction, right? And the way that would cast would make it that long. But it's not really presenting itself to line up these poles properly from one asphalt section to the other. Yeah, so even if you were to do that, I don't think it would look terrible. So the way this blends in feathers in, I guess, as far as from down here to here. I think if you were to remove that, I'm gonna go ahead and do this just to see what it'll look like all the way through. And then I'll leave it up to you guys as far as to do it. Most of what I'm doing here, I'm only doing it just for humor's sake, right? Okay, so we're on the B. I'm gonna go ahead and remove this one. The only way you do that, select the one you want to take out, just go to none. That's what that'll look like. But you're gonna have to do that all the way out through all these other segments. Okay. Truck horn. What's a truck horn? Move the light map from the innermost and move the tail towards the ends. The what? You lost me. So what I'm gonna do first is at least to move this one here. We're gonna go forward. And again, I'm only doing this as just to humor what is possible. I'm not saving this. I'm just kind of giving you the result of what it'll look like, and I'll leave it up to you, I guess, as far as to do what you see works better. So let's do this one. So that'll be this one here. Go to none. Like that, and then go to the next segment. You have to go all the way around. Yeah, I don't know what you mean by moving it towards the tail segment. I don't know what you mean by that. And we're going to remove this one anyway first, just to humor that. Remove that one. Oh, wow. That really takes a lot out of here. Oh, that would suck. Yeah, I don't know if I like that. Let's see, let's move to the next segment. Let's continue to humor this. So you're only going to have up to this line, probably. Yeah, let's go ahead. Yeah, that's going to look like poop, like that. That's removing a lot of shadow. That's what you were trying to tell me, I guess, as far as... Yeah, so it looks good here, but it doesn't look as good here. It removes a lot of shadowing on the back strips. That's Yeah, it definitely doesn't look too bad here. It's just when you get on the outside of the exit at 2. I don't know. That seems to remove a lot more shadow than you would want to. That's just taking it out on the that innermost asphalt on this side of the wall. See what's over here. Yep. Yep. So unless I'm just trying some stuff out at this point just to see what's gonna. So if I shift this, that's going to adjust also. Let's see here. Don't know if that's what we want to do or not. Let's see if I can put that on there. We move this out this way. I'd have to snap that to that. That'll bring some of that back. And have to bring all this out this way. Yep. What you'd have to do is basically bring that all the way out here. I guess that could be an option. Then you'd have to remove from here. Continue to remove from here. So yeah, that's that innermost there. Take that out and do that. I guess you could do that. It doesn't change the skewing all that much. Yeah, as far as the way all that lines up there, so all I did was pinch that innermost asphalt all the way to the edge of this PJ1. That brought quite a bit of that shadowing back. That might be an option. So it stops down over here. Yep. That might be an option there. So again, it just comes down to just removing majority of that innermost. In this case, the outermost asphalt on this side of the wall. Take that out. You'd have to move that F section over to gain back what that would take away. Right? And then over here where that opening is, let's see how we do that. See the dot on the tail segment, move that out towards the inside of the track. Like I said, I'm gonna let you do it. I'm just kind of humoring myself. You know what you need to do. You know what you need to do. I'm not gonna do it. I'm just seeing what the options are. Yeah. Then you can remove that shadow. So on this end, obviously, all I'm doing is just to kind of humor what is possible. You know what you need to do. So you do what you need to do, and that's what's gonna. Yeah. So I think over here by this gate, this is where it'll blend in nice, and just kind of move this up to here, and then you could probably get away with just leaving that there. Just move that out enough here, and just keep that there. I think that should be fine. See how that looks. Going into turn 3 here. I don't think that would look too terrible. Do we have any of this off over here? Let's check that out. Nope, because it tends to blend back over here, and then it goes to the back side of the wall. Okay, so I think it should be good there. Yep. Yeah, so you can almost use a guide for that one that you're going to remove as a guide where you want to move this one over to. And then once you get it to that point, just take it out. Take it out from here. So all the way to turn 3 is where you just move that up there, and then just remove all that that's on this one that you move out. I think that should be fine. Yep, I think that would be a feasible option there. I think so. I think it looks pretty good. Yep, so I'll leave that up to you to do that. That's just a matter of that. That looks pretty decent, actually, all the way through. Alright, so next to fixing that, which is pretty simple, and the medallion shadows, obviously got a little bit of work to do on that too. And just that minor adjustment, I guess, as far as to the star on that gate for turn 3 here. That's the only thing I can think of that still needs to be done. Pretty minor stuff. So, the other thing that I wasn't able to get to, as far as yet, we did a lot of trial and error here, I guess, as far as to see what was needed to get done. But yeah, this is pretty simple adjustments. So the other thing I wanted to show, I kind of alluded to, I guess, earlier part of the stream, I want to take a look at some of this newer stuff. Close all this out. So yeah, what it come down to is, even with the adjustments that I made to the light map and whatever, came to conclusion, just use the original. You don't need this. We're back to that. You don't need this adjusted one. Just use the original. Spank out that one that's on that innermost asphalt. Adjust the F sections accordingly to bring that shadow out further. And then all you need to do. You don't need this. We're going to close that. We did try some things, you know, to come to the conclusion of what would need to be done. So that's the takeaway from this. Blow some of this stuff out. What I wanted to show are some of these new items now. Let's go back to all of our new items. Check this out. You gain valuable info. Yeah, that should be the takeaway. As far as what direction you need to go with it. It's 521. So these replaced items. So these are the new items that I'm going to load up here first here. So soft wall inner. These are the new items. Actually, this is the original, I think. Yeah, so the ones I got in here are the original. So now we're going to take a look at the new item, the soft wall inner. Yeah, these are the ones that were original. Yeah. And then this is the new piece. This is the new texture. Let's see what's been changed on this one. I can already tell right off the bat the bluing to it is different. So it also looks like you added this to it. Interesting. So that's probably because of the where's that applied? I guess I'm trying to figure that out. So I can definitely see that's different. So this was a little sliver of area that probably wasn't even being used in the texture. Now it is being used. I think that's for, if I had to guess, is that the top? Hold on. Going to the track here. So this is all dealing with the modeled interior walls. Let's go back over here. Let's see what we got. Vent shadow on the top wall. Yeah, let me see here. So over here, that is going to be on this part. On the top of this red part of the wall. That's where you got that map. So again, this is a slight little adjustment, I guess, as far as to the texture. This is the new one. So that's where the top of that wall is textured with the shadow of the fence. We didn't have that previously. The other thing that I noticed, and I don't know if this was intentional, it's got a little bit more of a tinting to that in comparison to what it used to be. Was that intentional or was that by accident? I don't know if you can tell that difference here. It's got a little bit more blue tint to it than it did before. I don't know if that was by mistake or if that was intentional. That's what I was wondering. That's the only other difference that I noticed there besides that. So if that wasn't intentional, I would see if we can get it back to this level. Oh yes, to take out the whiteness. Okay, so that was intentional. Let me see here. Gotta take a closer look at this now. So take out the whiteness. You were trying to get it to match more. Let's see here. I think I see what you did. Okay. I get what you did now. So yeah, that doesn't make sense. So it does make it look more like the geometric wall. It's not quite as white. So it kind of tones it down a little bit. Very cool. I wouldn't have noticed that until actually looking at it and comparing those two textures. I would have never known the difference from what it was before and what it was now. What I also did notice, because of the removal of that wall mip, you're using I think it's this texture now, right? Either this texture or the other texture that I've got show yet too, which is, let me load that one up. Tire walls. Yeah. So what you did, I noticed that this is the new guy. This is the new texture we're using. So you put the pit walls onto this instead of using this separate wall mip. That's something else I did kind of notice there when you were telling me to remove the wall mip. It's like, what is he using for the pit wall then now? It would be this. So that's the new texture. So we're gonna load up the original tire walls. So now that answers that question for me. So what was replaced was this guy, and this was the original one, and we can see how that was originally done. So now what you've done obviously is taken and put the in a different configuration, mind you, as well. You got both the pit walls and the inside tire walls all in one texture, instead of two separate textures now. So you did have to obviously crunch this one down a little bit more, but you can see the level of detail that still exists here on the tire walls. So the tire walls, for example, are these guys. Still plenty of detail in that. You might even be able to get torch on this one here. You might be able to get away with putting this as a 6 on the type, so that there's no compression. And just compare the two size file. The size of the file. So right now this at a 10, which is with compression. It's probably a fair mention. So this one's at a, that's removed. My bad. Go here. So that one's currently at 172 kilobytes, which is pretty reasonable. If you were to put that at a 6, that shouldn't make that that much bigger. I'm gonna actually try this just to humor it. Obviously, it's not gonna give me the same texture quality, but when you save it, your initial bitmap with a 6, it's not gonna put a compression to it, which is gonna make it bigger, but it's also gonna retain, I guess, some of the quality of the. So some of the quality that you had in the texture for the tires will still retain, because that's the only reason why I mentioned that. Yeah, definitely save some space too. Yeah, I'm gonna check it out for kicks just for file size. It might be a little bit different for you, because when you use your original texture, as far as what the clarity, this has already got compression in it. So even if I do put this to a 6, it's gonna try to apply the non-compression to what's already compressed, right? So keep that in mind too. Let's do a 6. I'm gonna make a backup of this other one here first. Hold on, that's what I want. So this one here, I don't want to step on the original. I'm gonna keep this, paste this, and that should be fine. I'm gonna revert this back. We're just doing this just for science, to see how much bigger this is gonna make it. It's definitely gonna make it bigger because there's gonna be no compression, but it might be a little bit bigger, and I think you should be able to apply that pretty simply because it's only one texture. It's not, again, it comes down to anything in multiplicity. If you're adding a lot of textures without compression in multiplicity, as opposed to just one, I think the majority of the textures you've got compression to it. So adding compression to a few is not going to hurt. Let's do 6. Leave everything else the same. So I'm expecting it's probably going to make it at least 3 times as big. So 172 will probably make it like a 384. Something like that. That's going to be my guess. So here. Not to save over the copy, just that one there. Cool. Yes. Okay, and that should make it. My guess is, if I look at this, it's going to be a 384. Ooh, it's actually bigger than that. Okay, so that gives you somewhat of an idea of how much bigger it's going to make that, based on that size. So that's a little over a meg. Something to think about. I don't think it looks terrible. Going back to this, I don't think it looks terrible like this. I really don't. But it gives you something, I guess, to play around with if you want to necessarily go that direction. It makes it much bigger than I thought it was going to do. I was only thinking it was going to do like 3 times as big. So even having it at that size, where to go? I'm going to close some of these other ones. We already looked at those. Seeing those, this one's probably the biggest change is on this guy. What did I do? Did I close that one? Bugger. Let me reopen that. This guy. This is our new texture. So obviously, it might end up being a little bit bigger, even with the way I saved it, because it was trying to save a texture that's already compressed. So if you use your original texture with its clarity, with compression, it might be a little bit bigger. So you can probably at least expect it to be at least a meg, maybe a meg and a half, for just that one texture. So either way you go with it, I don't think it looks 100% terrible. I just happen to notice you lose a little bit of clarity with this size of a file, this orientation in comparison to what you had. So if you have any clarity at all in the tires prior to making the MIP for it, by applying a 6 to it, which will make it non-compressed, you might be able to maintain some of that clarity. That's the only. I don't think it looks terrible like this at all, actually. I mean, you can definitely see other tires, but it really comes down to, do you want to have that much clarity in it or not? That's really all it comes down to. I think the fact that you've got all this this curtain, type of thing, I guess, as far as to that really adds something to it as well. Yeah, you really put me on a spot there. What I would do, I would take a look really at all the textures that you've got that have no compression. So if the number of textures that you've got that have compression at a 10, and look to see how many you've got that don't have compression, or do have compression with the 6, and weigh it out that way. Also, the other way you could judge it is how much. So this is the approach that I would take. This is what I'm going by. So I would go like this. So everything that you've got in here right now, I would sort these out. Let's do this. I'm going to sort this by. This is my the edit folder for the Texas. This is everything you've got that's going on with the track right now. It'd be in its entirety. So we go sort by type. So you got all your 3DOs, here's all your MIPs. And then go even further to sort it by details. Now you've got all your MIPs in a row. Scroll down here. Oh, these are all 3DOs. Those are all pretty small when you consider it. Now here's where your MIPs start. Look to see and sort these by size. So in this case, it's both by type and size. I'll probably go back to the top. All right, I see how you're doing it. So this is the way I would do it. Look to see what your file sizes are, and then compare. It's like, okay, do I have this compressed? Is it compressed or non-compressed? Look at each one. And if you can come to the conclusion, right now what I'm looking at here, you probably got a lot of these compressed. I know this grandstand one is pretty big from what we've already seen. But look at the overall size of your files and whether or not they have compression or not already to determine, do I have room to be able to make this one texture non-compressed? And you'll probably come to find that you got room. You got room. Yeah, so by looking at all these textures, file size wise, I think you got plenty of room. So these are all 3DOs, so you don't even have to worry about those. Just look at your texture weight as far as in the form of your MIPs, which should mostly be all up here. So your biggest file right now, which is your grandstand, I've already seen that one. I know it does have compression, the same with your signage. Those don't have compression. Those do have compression. Those are your biggest files, right? So that's the approach I would take to it anyway. From what I can see in making the judgment call, I think you've got enough room for that one texture to make it compress, or not compress, I should say, with that type 6. Add clarity, I guess, to that. Don't recall, never not. Yeah, so I guess that's the point I was making, though. If you've got a majority of all your textures already compressed, chances are you won't need to be worried, I guess, as far as making one texture non-compress. I think you got enough room, texture weight-wise. All right, let's go ahead, go back to medium, and resort these. Cool. And we're just back to that. Let's go sort by name. I don't put the track map back over. It's cool. Yeah, so I think you got room. My initial assessment and my initial judgment is, if you want to apply that clarity to that texture, that one texture, by applying no compression to it, so that you can get that clarity in it and make it a little bit more clear, then do that. I think you've done enough to everything else that's going on with the track to allow that to happen. And this goes back to what we talked about. We've been talking about throughout the entire build, any build. If you take the approach of starting from the beginning, making sure that you size it down as much as you can, you might have room down the road to be able to add more texture weight to something else that's more visible, that's out in the open more. So this is one of those occasions. So now, even to this point, if you wanted to add, say, again, like more clarity to this image here for the grandstands, you'd have room to do that too. So this texture that's for these here, if you wanted to add a little bit more clarity to that, you can definitely tell this has compression. You might be able to try that out. In fact, I think this texture is a part of the grandstands. Let me open that up here. And I know that one does have compression, for a fact. So let's look further at that. So the grandstands one. Whoop, hold on. There we go. And then we need to go to the edit folder. Go to here and then look up that grandstands. I know that's a pretty beefy texture too, but it's got a lot going on with it, and there's no wasted space. Very little wasted space on it. Where's it at? E, F, G. Something else I did want to do before the end of stream here, I wanted to apply, now that I've got all that stuff from UTorch, I want to be able to at least apply, maybe I'll wait. I still got it as a note. I wanted to apply the parameters to them flags, because I did already give you that one that has all the animation to it. We'll probably wait until you're done with everything you need to do. So I was on the premise that you would already be done. We'd already be done, and I'll be able to apply that. But I'll wait until you're done with that, and then we'll go through that whole process of applying the animations to the flags, which is already in there. It just needs to be applied. If I do it now, then we have to go back and do it again. So that kind of be counterproductive. Where is that grandstand? Right here. Let's open this guy. And I know it's a beefy one. Yep, this is a pretty beefy boy. So you do have compression on this one as a 10. So this is just one texture. We already see what the file size of that was. It was like 20. It's like a 2 point. Not even quite a 3 meg, right? So at this stage of the game where you're at, you would even be able to take down the priority of this. That's another thing to take in consideration. If you're going to add no compression, reduce the amount of priority. That's also going to affect the size of the file, right? And I can kind of prove this one too. Let's make a copy of this grandstand. And I'm going to clean up this folder, I guess, as far as once I'm done, because I got some junk that we did here. I'll clean that all up there to make sure that it's good to go, I guess, as far as moving forward. But I'm going to make a copy of this grandstand, which is right here. And we'll just do it again, I guess, as far as, so right now this one is without removing the compression. Happens to be, we saw it in the list there as far as the details, it's just under 3 megs, 2.66, right? Alright, so just hold that in your thought, I guess, for a second. Copy this. We'll paste this as a copy. And we're going to bring this back. All these files that we're playing around with, we're going to bring them back. So don't fret about that. Now I'm going to save over this one here just to see how big this one is without compression. Just much the same thing as we did as the other texture. The only thing we want to change on here, so 2 things I actually want to change in here in consideration of this. Change this to a 6. I'm going to bring the priority of this down to a 4. But in a lot of cases, you might just have to do it this way instead of trying to type it in. Set this to a lower priority. If you keep that at a 6 with no compression with a high priority, that file is going to be huge. You'll definitely be able to see that. I'm not going to do it because I know it's going to be huge, and it might make WinMap 2 probably poop itself. So I know for a fact that if you don't have compression, if you have a high priority, it's going to make the file huge. So I'm taking the necessary prerequisite, I guess, as far as to reduce that before I even save it. So at a 6 and a 4, this is going to be with no compression. No, keeping in mind too, this texture already has compression to it, so I'm going to be compressing something that's already. I'm going to be non-compressing something that's already compressed, so it's still going to have that lack of quality based on the original texture. So just keep that in mind as well. So if we save this and put that into our track edit folder and save over the one that's not the copy, okay, we'll go into our edit folder like so, and we want to save over not the copy but this guy, and just see how big this is. We'll give it a second there. It's a big texture. It's trying to apply no compression. It's going to take a while, but just let it do its thing. Don't touch it. Wimip 2 is a very temperamental that way when you try to touch it when it's still doing something. It's going to take a while. It's definitely going to take a while because it is a big texture and you're trying not to apply no compression and a lower priority. So there we go. That's saved. So we'll go ahead and close this out. Now that we've seen what's done with this one here, that's a pretty drastic change, I guess, as far as from that. Like you said, less wasted space as far as to use this as a texture for the pit wall as well as those modeled interior walls. That's good use of space on that. So kudos. All right, let's close this out. And then how big is this texture now? 16 megs. That's with no compression. And that's a pretty beefy boy. I didn't expect it to necessarily be that big, but I knew it was going to be way bigger, I guess, as far as than the original size. But that gives you some idea of as far as is that going to be reasonable. So if you test that out in the track with all that clarity and that amount of space in there, is that something that you want to do? I guess as far as that's something that you might have enough room to be able to do that. You know, even though that does seem to be a pretty gigantically huge difference, I guess, as far as from the original size of the texture, if it adds a clarity and doesn't take away from any frame rates, you know, texture weight wise, may not hurt. So again, just for clarity, let's go ahead and convert this back to details and sort this by size. That's your only one texture that's going to be that size. Hello.
Ooh, gotcha.
Good Lord. Ouch. Smart Alec. Holy crap. Dude. I scared you. Holy crap, I jumped out of my chair. I'm glad I had my drink over there. I'd have probably spilled that sucker. Good grief. Smart Alec coming in. You snuck in here. I know you went on a lurk there. I see how you are. I need some hype in the chat. If nothing for nothing, no other reason, just to kind of let my ears heal. Holy mackerel. You've been here the whole time? Yeah, I know you were lurking. But yeah, I saw you put the lurk in there, and I definitely appreciated the lurk. But wow, that came out of left. Scared the bejesus out of me, and I think you did Torch as well. You thought you blew a breaker. Oh man, that's hilarious. Yeah, you know, kind of in a way, I almost thought maybe it was thundering out again. I forgot how loud that sucker was, though. Holy mackerel! Appreciate that, Smart Alec. You know, you really know how to get, you know how to really surprise somebody. That's for sure. You haven't lost your touch there. Good grief. Appreciate it. So where was I before that? I mean, I went to go and sort this out here, you know, as far as this to prove, I guess, as far as how much room you got texture weight wise, and then that happened. I was like, whoa. I thought maybe I broke my PC. That was one of my initial thoughts when I did that. It's like, because it had to run through and compile that texture. I was like, I thought maybe I might have blew a gasket or something on the PC. Definitely got, I think you got all of our attention. Holy crap. But anyway, The point I was trying to make here, Torch, when you look at it from this perspective, all your texture, your biggest texture, if you were to apply that at this point, that would be your biggest one. And that's how big it would be if you were to apply that clarity, I guess, as far as the grandstands. And I don't think that would be that terrible for that one texture. Now, if you had a multitude of textures that were next to the same size, or close to it, that would be a bit too much. So I think all the optimization and stuff that you've applied throughout the entire build to make room to be able to do these types of things at this point, that's definitely a good thing, because now you got room to be able to add more clarity and less compression to other textures that you wouldn't have initially. That's how you make an entrance, right? Ads. You know what? I never did run any ads, so apologies. Thanks, Twitch. Appreciate it. If that's the way Twitch is gonna reward, I guess, people that want to give bits, I guess, as far as I never did run any ads, unfortunately, so that's probably partially my fault too. That's Twitch for you, I guess, as far as taking their approach to that. Hopefully those ads aren't too I don't even know. At this point here, I've been a little over 3 hours. We
got a Twitch baby.
What's its name? Oh my goodness. Smart Aleck coming in with the resub. You didn't think the bits were enough there. What's the name of the baby? What's the name of the baby? Twitch baby. We'll name him Junior. This is Junior. So anyway, I hope we need some more hype in the chat. Anybody else hanging out in the chat here? If you don't have the emotes, exclamation point hype in the chat. Also, if you got the emotes, spam the emotes. We got a lot of lurkers in the chat. I know, I understand. Some of this stuff gets really boring to understand because there's a lot of logistics behind it, if that makes sense. Appreciate it, Torch. Yeah. So we naming it, what do you got there? You got the 9-month badge. There you go. Yeah. So I have been considering some and he's coming with some more bits. 600 bits? So the 1,000 wasn't enough? Oh my goodness. You got the 10K. Oh, new bit badge, baby. GG's. We got the GG's for anybody that's following the following the channel. We got the GG emote. Let's get some GG's out there for Smart Aleck. Smart Aleck deserves some GG's, I guess, as far as from getting the 10K bit badge. Holy crap. That moves you up on the leaderboard too, I'd imagine. There you go. You had to get that badge. You just had to, didn't you? And enjoy that red butthole. That's what we used to call it. It's the red butthole. Nice. Yeah, that's pretty cool though. Yeah, the fact that I haven't taken the initiative, unfortunately, I guess, as far as to make some custom bit badges, I guess, as far as for everybody. I haven't really thought of a really good custom bit badge, I guess, as far as to do for that. Yeah, yeah. You remember that, I guess, as far as everybody else, I guess, as far as that was able to get that 10K bit badge. It's the red butthole. So most of those bit badges up in the higher tiers like that tend to look like different levels of a butthole. All the more reason I wouldn't mind probably changing that so that it doesn't look as much as like a butthole. Unless you like the butthole, then I won't change it at all. An angry spider, or that. Or that. Pretty cool though. Very much appreciated there. Thank you enough there, Smart Dog. Appreciate you sticking around there. Yeah, we have a lot of fun here. I want to get in to do some racing. I'm ready to do some racing. I don't know about you folks. We haven't been able to the last couple of streams, having issues with the video capture. So I think that's what I want to do next. The fact that we're over 3 hours and we haven't had an issue. Super stoked. Super stoked. All right, let's switch this back. Back over to medium. And also resort these. So anyway, hopefully that does give you some insight, Torch, I guess, as far as how much room you got, what to do with the texture. So if you want to get more clarity in the grandstands and that other texture, I wouldn't go too crazy with it though. Don't go too crazy with it, because I think adding all that clarity and the lack of compression to the grandstand is going to add a lot of texture weight. But I think that should leave enough room to where you won't get a lot of frame rate loss either. It shouldn't. And we can test that, obviously, on stream when you get that done. If and when you get that done. Alright, let's sort these by name. Cool. Alright, now what I'm going to do, just to make sure, after all the stuff that we've done today, to come to the conclusion of what what Torch can do, and a lot of it's pretty minimal. Pretty minimal, actually. Very easily done, because you've got all the raw files to be able to do it, and so on. What I am going to do, I'm going to do some cleanup here. So some of these copied files that I did, I want to get rid of those. That was just to demonstrate. Okay. Now it's going to find out where they are. So E, F, G. Where'd that grandstand one? Crap. There it is. So we want to delete this guy for now. And reestablish this guy. And I did not make any, I'm not saving any of the changes that I made in the track sandbox. So we just went over what could be done. So Torch knows what he needs to do. Right? That's the only thing that is. So I'm not saving any of that that we did in there. And then also need to take this guy out. Oh, so we reverted back to that original light map. So that's all back to, so we're going to pretend we didn't do anything in there. Basically. Take this guy out. But we had to come to that conclusion whether or not we needed to do something with that or not. So, they're qualifying at Texas right now. Really? I think I saw something about they're supposed to have the All-Star race there. Is that what they're doing? Is the All-Star race? That usually happens in May. They used to have it at the Charlotte, which I don't understand why they're having it at Texas. I'd rather have it at Charlotte. Yeah, I'd rather. I used to like it when they had it at Charlotte. I don't think they should have changed that. Personal opinion. Personal opinion. I think Charlotte is a much, because they haven't made as drastic a change in banking, I guess, as far as they did at Texas, right? The fact that a lot of the drivers have been complaining is about the way Texas drives in comparison to Charlotte. It makes me, I don't know, it makes me scratch my head as far as why they changed the All-Star race over to there. Anyway, it is what it is. So we're back to square one on the track edit folder, right? I got all this stuff already over there. So there's really no changes that I've done that I need to apply to the game track, right? So there's nothing to apply to that, just for clarity and understanding. So once Torch does his little bit of work, his little bit of magic on his end, and we get that back, hopefully by next week, right? No pressure. We'll be able to show all what's been done based on what we've went over today. So yeah, I think I'm going to get this set up here to be able to do a little bit of racing here on Texas. And I might want to show a little bit of LaCrosse too. I did get some updates, like I mentioned earlier part of the stream, from Racer James. New updates, I guess, as far as with LaCrosse. And I think it would be a good idea to show y'all that, what's going on with that. He's got some new camera angles. He did some adjustments to the grandstands and stuff like that. So I think it would be pretty cool. Torch playing the truck horn. What did you play? Did you look at the fence shadows and turn street? Yeah, those are pretty good. Because most of those are on the outside of the track. Right? So it wasn't as much of an issue as it was in 1 and 2. Right? So, and just to give some clarity here, let's do this. If we go, just to kind of humor it, right? We didn't. So the only thing that we needed to adjust was just 1 and 2 and down the back stretch, up to turn the entrance of 3, right? So and then it starts to transition to the outside of the track, right? So some of the things that I want to pay attention to when we go into the track in the game, in the sim, is to look at how these are floating and see that it doesn't do that in the track. If it does, I need to push those in a little bit. If not, you know, if they're fine, then we'll leave them alone. These are some of the things that we do need to address in the game itself, so that's definitely something you need to take into consideration. Alright, so while I get some things set up here, I'm going to take a short little recess, and we'll get it set up here, and we'll be right back. Hope you guys don't mind. See you in a few. That's weird. I don't know why I didn't unmute my mic. Weird. I think something got screwed up there. Anyway, I saw Torch still trying his darndest, I guess, to get that max jackpot there. That bot's still toying with you. Crazy. I wonder why that doesn't. Hold on a second. Let me try this one more time. See what's going on with that. Okay, that one's still working. That is super weird. I don't know why it's not. I gotta check that out later. I guess as far as why it's not unmuting my mic after that scene. Piece of crap. Anyway, gotta love when you got no difficulties. The fact that we're well over 3 hours without any video freeze, that's great. I think we might have figured some things out there with that video capture card. It's a little temperamental. That's what it really all comes down to. It likes a little bit more attention than I've been giving it on Saturdays. Alright, so we're gonna load up Texas track here. We'll do a short little race on here, I think. I'm able to do that. I'm gonna do that just to finish things off here with this one and a little bit at LaCrosse. I think that'll work. Get a little bit of racing in here, right? Let's get this loaded up. So we got Texas. We're gonna go into single race actually. We already tested it earlier, I guess as far as to make sure, and we'll get into LaCrosse here in a moment. Do a race here at Texas here first, and this will have all the current updates that Torch has already applied without all the edits that we were already saying that still need to be done, which are very mild. Right, so yeah, we'll do a short little 17 lap race with all 42 cars including ourselves. That's the way this track is designed. And one of the things that it's probably fair to mention, I already did mention it, but it does have the flag in there, or the Texas flag and the US flag that has animation. We don't have all the parameters to that applied just yet. So once Torch is done doing all the stuff that he needs to do, which is very minimal, we'll be able to apply that once we get that. We should be able to do that hopefully next week. Hopefully. That's cross your fingers. Alright, so let's load this up. Get some racing in, shall we? I'm gonna go ahead and turn off the background music so we can get all the sounds here from the sim itself. Okay. Crank the sounds for that. You'll have it by next week for sure. I was just trying not to jinx it. Let's put it that way. You never know. Something might happen, and hopefully not. That will elude, I guess, as far as to not have it. But let's, if we can get that, that'd be awesome. Because I know this track build has gone on for quite some time. We're going all the way back to, it roughly was considered, I guess, as far as 2020. Kind of now a 2021, right? So, and I think it's, you know, for that depiction of it and the fact that the way it's built, to be able to depict it as any other version, like an all-star race like they're having currently, you've got the the base for it, right? Be able to do that. So I'm sure you're probably taking notes even as we speak here, Torch, watching the all-star race and be like, hey, I can do that. Because you've got the majority of what's going on with this track, I guess, as far as already done. Be able to apply whatever they've got for the all-star race as far as logos on the walls and whatever else. Bare bones. Let's we're gonna take the approach like we usually always do. Just start from the back and work our way through the field. And we already know the way this this track works. Oh, we got the new helicopter. Hold on. Something else too, I forgot. Show. It's probably a good thing that I left it on this screen. So we got a brand new helicopter thing. We haven't been able to show that. That was something else that we were working on last week. So we got a brand new helicopter deal there. I'm going to keep it on this screen here. So we saw it just briefly. The fact that it doesn't fly sideways anymore. That's been another adjustment. So there he is right there. You can see how he's flying the way he's supposed to. Right up over here. This was amongst the other changes that we made. Do that now. I'm not going to put it in the cam, you know, to be able to follow it, but you can see it's not flying sideways anymore, and that's been one of the adjustments to it. So he'll take off from where the medical center is, I guess, as far as a pit entrance, go all the way around past Speedway Club in turn 1 and come back around and land, and then just continue that loop over and over again. You meant to add the other chopper? Oh, you haven't added it on your end yet? With the rotating blades? Oh yeah. Now that I think of it now, yeah, it was supposed to be. Did I not put that in there myself? I'm gonna wait for him to come back there. Yeah, the one that doesn't have the what you call it's on it. So is this one working though? Let me see this again. I think this one had the problem with the way it was turning around. Yeah, so this one does. Okay, so that's the wrong one. But it does have the. It does. We do have one that has the proper path, the proper orientation. So I guess this one here I didn't apply it yet. I could have swore I did. Now that's bugging me. I might have to fix that here for a second. I thought for sure I did put that one in there. What the heck? Yeah, let me look at this real quick, folks, just before I do that. Because I thought I had that all switched. I thought I did. So it has nothing to do with the PTF. All it is just a path file, I guess, as far as that it relates to. And I don't remember. Maybe it does. So, Torch, if you didn't apply it, let me look at my files here before we go on with this. And just confirm. So, I think what we did last week, let me double check. So, the latest PTF that you would have gave me, it does not use, I guess, as far as that different helicopter. Gotcha. So that's something else you need to do. Yep. That would require a new PTF. So that's what I had to confirm just to remind myself as far as that. So the way these helicopter path files work is you have to embed that into the PTF to say which path file you want to use and that it's moving and so on and so forth. So that is something else. Put on your to-do list. That's a pretty simple fix, but you obviously didn't apply that. So, all right. So just a fair mention that work on that has been done, and it has been corrected so that it has a different helicopter that takes off, and it does run not sideways. Okay, so that's something else that has been. It just isn't applied directly to this track just yet. Yeah. Alrighty then. With all that out of the way, let's go ahead and go right into the race. We're going to start from the back. Right? Evan coming in with the tire squeal. Yeah, we might get some tire squeal in here. You never know. You never know. So amongst anything else with the track as far as the new shading on the inner walls, the adjustment to, the adjustment to the, I should probably go into testing now that I think of this. Let's do this. Yeah, I talked myself out of it. I need to go into testing here. I need to check out the spacing of those signs that are on the backstretch next to that gate. I'm trying to get a little bit ahead of myself. I'm going to go into testing really quick. Just to go around without any other cars in my way. Load it up this way. Alright, and then we're just going to take a drive by ourselves around the track. Just to kind of show some of this stuff up here. But I won't get some racing in. Alright, here we go. So we got all the shading on the interior wall, like so, as we showed in Sandbox. Alright, and we should have the one medallion, at least anyway, that's obviously not correct. This still doesn't have the adjustment to the shading that we were going over, I guess, as far as in Sandbox. So it's still going to have miscued shading. So it's got the one medallion. That's obviously not correct. I already know that. The other thing I wanted to look at is how, there's all that misskewing for that. So we already figured out how to fix that. So there are some TSDs for the light poles, right? Those don't clip through the car, so that's good. But they also don't cast onto the car either, and that's to be expected because they're not on light map, right? They're not on light map. So if we go into here, we don't have it from structures, but that would normally cast onto the car. Okay, so that's just a fair mention. So I want to go down here on the back stretch and go to that gate and check out these signs. So all that was shifted down to make sure that it wasn't ahead of the gate. So all these signs, based on the real picture, Yep, so they still do kind of float off that. So these signs here, especially this number 3, we need to get pushed in a little bit. Fence poles, well, they're kind of floating. Again, pretty mild adjustment. So it looks like all of these need to get pushed in a bit more because they're kind of floating off the post. Yeah, pretty much all of them. So the track condition light looks good. Let me get the mirror out of the way. Track condition light looks good. Yep. I'm imagining you probably just move that down from where it was because it was on the other side of this. So we can also see how bright that white star is, just like we can in we notice in Sandbox. So obviously some adjustment just to confirm that it does need adjustment on that. Okay. Now I did kind of go over, like you were saying, Torch, that there was really no need, I guess, as far as to adjust any of this in turns 3 and 4 because most of it goes on the outside. So it's not the same type of shading that's coming out on the track. So that all should be fine. So I know I kind of skipped over that, I guess, as far as in Sandbox there a little bit, but yeah. Whack. Yeah? You called? Yeah. I don't think there's anything else that has been a change. So other than that texture to the tire walls that we already seen in Sandbox, let's go check this out. So even without the clarity that you have, that we were talking about earlier, I guess as far as to add that clarity, even with the way it is like this, still not terrible. In fact, let's go in this view. Yeah, just to get a better view of it. So even in this view with the shadow, the fence shadow on that tire wall, that still looks pretty good. That's kind of what I didn't focus on, I guess, as far as when I had the new texture for that shown. So you had the one half, whatever, that has the fencing shadow on it, and the one that don't. But depending on which part of the track that you're on, this end has the fence shadow on it, and the other end does not. And that's just based on the direction of the sun, which is from turns 1 and 2 in. That's the way that shadow would cast. A lot of attention to that detail. Okay, I don't think there's really anything else. So I kind of already shown before how, the difference between using a light map and a shadow. A light map in this type of shadow, where you wouldn't have it cast on the car, regardless if you have that option from structures, but you do still get that effect of it being on the different parts, as far as the wall and as well as the ground. Really nice touches, I guess, as far as to got the Sunoco shadow, Sunoco sign, which is, wait, you don't have the actual sign there. Why is the sign not there? Am I missing something here? The sign's not actually there, but you got the shadow. You know what? I think I know what it is. That's what it is, I think. I don't have all my objects on. I think I might have had... I was doing some testing in... Wait, do I have them all on? Let me make sure. Cycle through those. So, what am I missing here, Torch? I'll have to check that in Sandbox, too, but... There's no Sunoco sign on this end, but you got the shadow. I know you got one here on pit exit. Check that over. That was something we really hasn't had to pay much attention to, I guess, as far as on... but I wonder if did it necessarily get removed by mistake? But I'm wondering. Oh yeah, there's the helicopter that flies sideways. Yeah, that's been fixed, like I already said. Get these guys some, Wait, neither one of this... Wait a minute, what's going on here? Okay, is it one of those things where you've got it only visible, I guess, as far as during a race? If that's the case, that might need to get corrected.
Okay, go, go, go.
Yeah. So that's something else I thought of, too. If you only got it to where they're only there during testing... That might need to be corrected. I don't know where you got your Sunoco signs from. I know the ones that we did, as far as James and I did, those don't have that problem. So, yeah, it's probably what it is. So in testing, you got them not showing. Those should be there all the time, not just in race. So that's something else. It's easy to fix, I guess, as far as that. In fact, let me, I got this. I'm going to look on my other screen here. You've got, I mean, obviously you can see the way it's reacting in the sim here, but I can get an idea of which one you're probably using, which is probably not the ones that James and I did. So if you did that one yourself, you might just have it scripted. Incorrect. So if you've got your own that you've constructed with that level of scripting that doesn't show during testing, we might have to just adjust that. You got Sunoco sign. Yeah, I'm guessing you probably got your own then. Yeah, so if you made your own, yeah, you'd have to script that differently is all. Okay, cool. I think, yeah, Racer James and I, we did our own Sunoco signs as well. Some of them just needed a little bit of help from some of them that were out there previously for the sim. So, it's understandable. Yeah, just need to script that one differently. So I don't know if there's any other models like that that you might have misscripted. That's one that I can definitely see, I guess, as far as off the bat. That helicopter is still that again, that's been corrected, so that's not going to be that way. I guess as far as once we get that all. Torch does have all those files that I did work out last week, and once we get that applied to that PTF, so on this end for these tire walls, you don't have any shading like you do on the other end. So you can get a sense of how that texture is being used. I guess the texture to get that on that. This is all modeled too, mind you. But the fact that it does have the collision of the W section, so that if you do hit it, it's gonna, you know, you're gonna feel it. That's pretty good. So the fact that this one's a little bit further in, so you wouldn't even know the difference really, I guess, as far as that. This was a modeled wall as opposed to geometric, with the way it responds. That's pretty good stuff. All right, so other than those signs need to be adjusted. I hope you're taking notes. So if you need to clip it, I guess as far as what things still need to be adjusted, because obviously you do miss things. That's understandable. But there still needs to be some adjustment to those signs. That star, the scripting of the Sunoco, obviously the adjustments to the shading of the turns 1 and 2 down the back stretch up to turn 3, entrance of 3, removal of that, the shading on the outermost asphalt, and then just adjusting that F section accordingly outward, so you can still retain some of that shading that existed the way it was previously designed, so on. So I'm kind of just bullet pointing, I guess, a lot of this at this point. Yeah, that's a kind of a minor oversight, I guess, as far as that. What became obvious to me, the fact that you got the shadow there for the sign, and the sign's not actually there. It's like, something's not right here. Well, the same thing over here. We can get that wall just like it's a geometric, but it's actually not. It's all modeled. It does tend to clip in there a little bit. That's to be expected. That approach, so yeah, we do clip into this one a little bit. Pit wall is definitely not as much like that. So that one right there, let me go roll this back here a little bit. Check this out. Yeehaw! So this is all grass, and that's grass is slippery. You don't get as much traction there in the grass, and that's, again, kind of the way it's designed. Let me come back here real quick. So we do get, and this is not a flaw with the track, right? Wanted to see how much we do actually clip into this part. Yeah, see, like that. So that's the difference between the modeled and the geometric. It could be even so much, I guess, as far as just to move that wall out a little bit. Wanted to. I don't think it's necessarily that big of an. This really clips in here though. So what you did here, I can see you lined it up with the pit wall line. So instead of scooting that out, I guess, as far as you kept it in line with where the pit wall's at. Not really that big of an issue, I don't feel. But if you did want to kick that out a little bit, where this part is, you could do that. Even if you don't, it won't matter. It just depends on how those segments land too. You don't want the W section to come out too far. having it out too far is kind of more of a bad thing than it good. Yeah, hopefully you're taking notes. You can always clip too. Take some clips. That's what's nice about doing the streaming thing. You can always take a clip. It was actually recording my time, my lap time. 6 minutes? Holy crap! All right. Anyway, I think we've seen everything that we need to see. So yeah, just kind of look at ourselves coming down pit road. Turned out pretty dang good. Pretty good stuff. Yeah, so just picture, if you will, I guess, as far as all the other pit wagons. We're going to get into the race here now. Now that we've reviewed, I guess, as far as everything we wanted to in here, we'll get into the race here. All right, so let's get out of testing. And go back into race weekend, single race. All right, 17 laps, 42 cars total, including ourselves. Load it back up. So, yep, just like I've already mentioned, we're going to start from the back. Not going to qualify. And just bench test the whole track, I guess, as far as starting from the back, and really push the limit, I guess, as far as, the sim having to render everything that's in front of us. As far as all the cars, all the objects, and everything. Okay, so here we go. So we got at least a couple things that aren't being showcased here. So you got the Sunoco sign is in there. So obviously it only shows during, that's just to confirm or whatever, it only shows during race, which is not correct. Torch is taking notes on that. So the fact that these flags actually will have animation to it, this helicopter will be fixed. Hopefully by the next time we see it, we can see all the video going on, I guess, as far as that. It's all based on this track. Right, so it's all footage of this actual track of AI going around the track. Obviously, it's just a loop. It's not something that's real time, I guess, as far as that, but you have that animation to that. But you can see the level of frames that are taking place in this state. Once we get into the car, it's going to reduce, and that's to be expected. But how much does it reduce? That's the thing. Drive, starting on the back. Change my view here. I like the roof view. Here we go. Get a little bit of racing in. So we got Fred Jones. He's on the inside of us here. Good old Fred. Right said Fred. Here we go. What's this here? Alright. So I think that was one of the tests that I did there where we had the helicopter was kind of hovering in this pit exit here. That was one of the tests that we did. I saw him just hovering there. That's obviously an old test. We'll get those new files in there. Now we got to really take it easy on the start here, because the AI takes a little bit to get their handle going through 1 and 2 because of the lack of banking. So that's a little bit of a heads up there. You want to take it really easy starting off there. Give it a couple of laps, not only for yourself but the AI, to just get a handle on the track. And once they do that, then you can start racing. In all actuality, from what I've seen at the actual track, that's pretty much what they got to do too. You're not trying to win the race in 1 lap, in the first lap, right?
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift.
Oh, you did some slots there with authority.
Go get 'em. Alright, man.
I'm gonna start here in 2nd gear,
Get ready.
and I want to spin the tires.
Grind.
Yep, just give him a little bit of room. Yep, give him a lot of room. Don't try to win it. Don't try to get past anything or whatever in the first lap. Give him a little bit extra. I was trying to gauge, I guess, as far as the level of frame rates that I gain. Being way back here as opposed to right on the tail end. Now we're full bore.
32. 7. 8.
Much slower in this end of the track than it is the other end. Oh, this setup still pushes really bad. Gotta give it a lot of room. You don't push out to the wall. You can go so much faster on this end, though. No caution yet, that's good. That's what we like to see. Early cautions always stink when it comes to racing AI. Especially when it involves the AI. Now we're really... Oh god, we're pushing. Oh god. Oh my goodness, I had to let off on that real big time. I don't want to overdrive it on this end, that's for sure. It's been a while since we've been able to see what this track can do, I guess, as far as even at this level. As far as everything that's been done at this point. Handling pretty darn... Oh god, we're pushing so bad out of 4. Holy mackerel.
30.073.
Oh, we're pushing again. Pushing out of 2 now. So on both corners, 2 and 4, we're tending to push really bad. It's kind of overdriving it. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, that's close. These guys on the regular, you know, the real NASCAR drivers, they do this all the time as far as to just let it push all the way to the wall and just drive right through it. I am not a professional NASCAR driver, so not even close. Oh, let it hang out.
29.855.
A little too much brake there. Just trying to trail brake it. Kind of woed it up there a little too much. So I'm liking the way the these TSDs for the light poles actually work. They're not clipping through the car that I can tell. And also, I don't see a lot of this, you know, craziness with them, I guess you could say. They seem to work pretty well. I cannot catch up to these guys. Wearing the hell out of my tires, though. Here, let me see. It's my space bar. Where's my tires at? I'm trying to find my tires. I had a button for that, I thought. I had a button for that. Crap. I don't know what to do with it. Dang it. Thought I had a button for that. That's my fuel. Yep. Thought I had one for my tires. I guess not. That's where I can change what kind of... I can change my how much fuel I want on the next pit stop. Yep. I guess I don't have one for tires. At least the button anyway. Let's put it back to... Thought I did. Oh well. Yeah, I probably am because I wasn't going very fast. I'm gonna check my buttons, I guess, as far as I know. I haven't raced in a while on this in here. I thought I did have a button for my tires. Check my tires. I think I set. I might have changed it, I guess, as far as to accommodate setting up my pit stop, as far as right sides, left sides, and fuel, as well as being able to take care of any damage. Normally, tires would be that button right there. There we go. So between that one and this one. There we go. Yeah, I'm really wearing the hell out of the right sides. In fact, they're kind of well over 50 degrees. We don't want, that's not good. We don't want that over 50. Wearing those guys out. Go back here. We're gonna get lapped here in a second. We don't get going.
7, 2, 6.
I didn't expect to really run it. I'm just ready to really benchmark, you know, just bench test the whole track at different positions that we end up.
Moments later.
Right? That's a good one. Yeah, I knew what button it was, but I thought I had a button on my wheel for it, and I think I changed that. One of the last times that I raced, I had it set up more for just setting up my pit stop. You know, like the fuel and damage and all that stuff. Yeah, I know which button it was. I don't have my button anymore. It gets as far as on my wheel. I found it less important. Trying to get it a 28. See if I can get a 28. Probably won't be now that I've completely killed the tires. Yeah, we're gonna get lapped here in a second. We got Larson closing in on us. He's only 3/10 behind us at this point. Oh, I got the mirror off. I forgot. There he is. There he be. We'll let him go around.
Clear. White flag.
Kind of figured they'd be catching me here pretty soon. I forgot I had the mirror off.
4.
Let the leaders go by. Don't push the issue.
Still there. Exit door.
Oh, get all the Hendrick cars.
Clear.
5, 24, and the 9. All Hendrick cars. Imagine that. Get a little bit of draft in here too. And it's a checker flag. Yeah. That was fun.
Yeah, we gotta get a little bit better.
There we go. Get all the detail back in the mirror.
We'll figure it out.
That's more stuff. That's more things that
Working hard.
that's got to be rendered in. So yeah, get that all in there. I forgot I had the mirror off.
Get to do a little bit better next time. We need to be a better race team.
Let's even look at the amount of frame rates that we're getting, even with this number of cars with all that detail. That's pretty decent. So we can let a majority of these cars go by, and we can see where the frame rates land. And as more cars populate in, obviously you're going to lose a little bit of frames, and that's to be expected. But how much do you lose? That's
45.
oh, missed my pit stall.
2500 second gear.
I missed my pit stop. My pit stall. Daggone. Is that Martin Truex? That is, isn't it? Made me miss my pit stall, you.
Appreciate everybody's hard work, man.
Why'd you make me miss my pit stall?
All the pit crew and
Yeah, that's what you get for making me miss my pit stall. Had to give him a little bit of love. Good old Martin Truex. Alright, there we go. Alright, so that is Texas Motor Speedway there, folks. Alright, so let's take a look at a little bit of the replay. Right? Yeah, so Truex made me miss my pit stall, so I was like, I had to show him I wasn't happy with that. Let's roll this back a little bit. So this is in TV1. Let's go to TV2. I was coming in. There's Martin right there. He just totally like, nope, I ain't letting you in. It made me miss my stop. My pit stall. Yeah, so we can see all the levels of detail that we got from different camera angles. Yep, this is where I was paying him some respect. Like, what up, dude? Yeah, so the fact that we don't get any shadowing on such areas like that road in the infield because of it being a model, it's not geometric. So there's a little bit of disparity, much the same as we've witnessed, I guess, as far as with the Victory Lane, for example, as well. It's kind of a nice, it's a reasonable balance between good and bad stuff. I think these camera angles are really nice. This is in the spectator view. You can see how much my car is bottoming out in 3 and 4 here. I got the springs on it so super duper soft, just to get that spring off the corner. Help kind of propel it, as far as when I think I might got them a little too soft. I make them a tad bit stiffer, without hopefully losing a lot of stability. So that's spectator view. And what I really like are the TV2 angles. So the fact that, let's roll this back here. A couple laps here, so we can check out all the TV2 cameras. So we got a lot. We got at least a couple speed shots. We got the one here coming down the backstretch, and the one in particular. So there's the one down the backstretch. A lot of cool. And then this one here in turn 3 and 4. We spent a lot of time to get that one dialed in. We spent better part of 3 or 4 hours one stream, I guess, as far as just getting that one dialed in. Then we got this speed shot here on the front stretch, or finish line. That's TV2. TV2's got a lot of nice speed shots, and of course your TV1, which is more the broadcast type of streams. Back it up again. Let's check out the TV1 here real quick. So we got the leaders closing in. I mean, this is where we're at the tail end of the race. Granted, I wasn't trying to win the race or get up there. I was just really trying to balance out, I guess, as far as where the frame rates are, regardless of where you land. Look at the sparks flying. Got a little bit of clipping in the fence there, not a lot. Could be some adjustment to be made. For the most part, I think this is even the approach that Racer James is taking. Oh, you know what? I'm just noticing. Let me go. This goes back around. So Larson's just getting ready to go around. Man, this is the last lap. Something I just noticed here. Let me go back. So as we go down the back stretch, how to turn? Yeah, there's that little bit of clipping. So hold on. Whoa, timeout. Back it up. What I'm noticing is no light pole shadow. Okay, there's that one. I'll double check. Okay, so there's light pole shadow. So we don't have any major flaws, I guess, as far as net floating or anything like that. That's what I wanted to look. Coming down the back stretch, same deal. So it's like you don't see it clipping through the car. So what I'm noticing, it doesn't clip through the wall. Now the fact that it's a TSD, you do sometimes get that because you don't have any way, I guess, as far as to control the height of it. Sometimes when you apply TSDs in this fashion, you sometimes get it clipping through the such things as a car. So we go by it, we don't see that. That's good on any of these. Ooh, look at all the sparks. Pretty sparks. Alright, so yeah, all those light poles. It's probably going to look even better once all those medallion shadows get put in there. You have the one that is, where was that one? Might be just out of view. There it is, right there. Oop. Yep, you can just see that one. That's the one that's placed there. That's even with the way that looks, even though it is off from that light map as far as the top of the wall, you can kind of get an idea of what that's going to look like. So if you were to take a screenshot of this action going on in that, you have all that clarity to it. These are the types of things that I consider anyway when it comes to how much. Pizza Hut, what's going on? We're just reviewing this as far as how our session went with, what are these here? Hold on. With Texas Motor Speedway. Oh, okay. I was only seeing these right here, as far as the tops of the lights. I just want to double check that. Yep, that doesn't look too bad. Yeah, we're just reviewing, I guess, as far as how the track is looking here, I guess, as far as at this stage of the build for that. So, getting a little bit of racing in here. So that's what we like to do here. We like to do a little bit of work on it and actually... Oh, man, I almost cut him right off. That is the leaders. Try to make it a clean pass. You got Hendrick cars, 1, 2, 3, 5, 24, and a 9. And just letting all the leaders go by. Good side-by-side racing, though, considering, even with lap traffic, as I am. Oh, look at the Sparky Sparks. Yeah, so the fact that I push so hard coming out of the exit there, with the springs being so soft, I get so much rebound. You know, once it starts to come off the corner, it like, you can't really see it, but you can feel it as far as you're driving it. It'll tend to this like spring, you know, just bounce to the point where it just propels you out of the corner. And that's why it pushes so, because it's taking all that momentum and just doesn't know what to do with it. So I need to stiffen those springs up just a little bit. So don't do that without hopefully taking away too much stability from it. That's just something I need to adjust on my setup is all. You just got back from the gym. Wasn't the greatest lift, but oh well. How have you been? Hey, not bad. You're getting swole.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Yeah, the track for the most part with those minimal changes that still need to be done. Yeah, I got a little bit of payback, I guess, as far as to Truex there for not letting me get into my pits. You know, we had to. You know, it's something fun to do. Yeah, so yeah, that's what we've been doing. We've been rumbling here a little bit here, Pizza. I guess as far as to, so we did a little bit here on Texas. Just a little bit of review on that as far as how that track went. Just a short little race. Now what I'd like to do. Well, we got to hear this. Crank your speakers. You got to let that go. Get the horns out there if you're following the channel. You got the emotes there. Oh, that never gets old. That never gets old at all. Anywho, that is the track windscreen, I guess, as far as for this track in specific that Torch has got designed for that. So definitely had to pay it some respect as far as that goes. So there you have it. So I apologize if you did get your ears blown out, but that little bit of a tune there, I guess, as far as that's been very evident to Enter 2003 for the longest time. Never gets old. So what we're going to do next here is get into LaCrosse here, and I think I'll do the same thing as I did for Texas, and this is where we're going to bring the stream to an end. So we've done quite a bit here, I guess, as far as understand what still needs to be done, but I know Racer James had given me all this information, I guess, as far as from LaCrosse. I didn't do much other than to get the completed, using that term loosely, for the Turn 1 pavilion. That's outside of Turn 1, and also the other things that he's got added. So let's get to LaCrosse. We're going to do some testing on here first, just like I did for Texas. I'm just going to find it. So there's LaCrosse. This bad boy up. So this has a lot of new things that Racer James has added. So you can see some of it, even in this view. So he's done a lot of adjustment, I guess, as far as to get this all filled in for the outer hill around the track. That's all been done. Why is it? Oh, so it might be just out of view. So the turn one pavilion is just out of view of this. It's like, where the heck is that? So yeah, it's just out of view. It'd be just off screen. As far as, so he's got some there's some seating here in front of that pavilion outside of turn one here. That's all been added as of recently. You put his version of the Sunoco sign in here. It has just a 1, 2 right there, and then also the mobile Sunoco station. For being able to refuel cars on the one end of the track. A lot of this definitely is fictional, right? Because we don't, the way the facility operates, I guess, as far as in certain capacities, is not going to be 100% accurate, but it's a little bit of creative freedom, I guess, in this track build. So we're trying to, Racer James has taken the approach, I guess, as far as to add much, the realistic amenities that the track actually has, but adding a little bit to it. So like such things as a safer on the outside. Track doesn't actually have that, you know, so things like that. But it does have other things like the storage facility that's outside in the backstretch. We applied that a few streams ago, I guess, as far as to add that to there, because you can definitely see it through the tree line, but you don't interact with it. It's that's the fact that we know that it's out there. So that's why it's put in there. So we've spent a lot of time. I know Racer James has, between the main grandstands and the turn one pavilion that I worked on, to add a little bit more detail to it, but not go completely nuts with it. Again, coming down to, I guess, as far as we're mentioning with the Texas build, as much detail as you want to necessarily throw to it, you don't want to go too crazy with it and reduce the amount of playability of it in the form of frame rates and so on and so forth. So you got to really balance that out. This is another great example, I feel, of doing just that. So adding as much detail as you can, and not going too crazy to the point where the track is just totally unusable. So yeah, let's get a little bit of trackside here. So this track does not have, and I've spoken with Racer James, and he's not with us here today, I guess, as far as to confirm this, but to get the newly designed U.S. flag, I guess, as far as that we've got in the Texas track applied to this track. We haven't necessarily gotten to that point, but one of the things I really think is cool with this track, won't let me get to it, but it's almost a fully, completely modeled Alan Kulwicki car, I guess, as far as in the victory lane. Really cool, and that's like in 6 or 7 different pieces. So you got the wheels, you got the body, the interior, so on. So there's probably like 5, 6, 7 different parts to that model. Get that in there. It's pretty cool. So this is all in testing, so we can see the turn 1 pavilion that we've worked on plenty of previous streams, and this is what the doors closed during testing. So that the only time those doors will show open is during a race. So there's the pit entrance here. This is down the back stretch. You can see just barely through the tree line there. You can see the storage facilities that's back there. Obviously, like I said, you can't interact with that, but we know it's there, so we found it necessary to apply those. So those have a little bit less detail than a lot of the other things that are more front and center. Like the grandstands, for example. So he's added, I believe one of the things he did add is this grandstand here, just before the main grandstand with the press box. And then, of course, the bathroom facilities right next to that.
6.7.
Let's get some testing. Let's get some practice laps in here while we're in here. So the fact that he's added the Sunoco signs. So in this state, it's not going to oh, I guess it does. He does have it in here. So he does have the Sunoco fill-up station here as far as the mobile version of that. Right here in the infield. Let's see. Does it let us get to that? It may not. Let me come into the pits here and see if it actually does. I don't think it does. I don't think he has it where you have access to that. We do not. So they're just out there. You can see them right there at the exit, or the infield here. Around this way. So here to be. Right over there. Right?
The pace car, hit the pace car. What's
You know, I'm actually thinking when this track is tough. So to be able to, I've done a qualifying session here, and to get to the front is pretty tough. Give these guys some practice. So this is my makeshift one lug air wrench. Yep.
Go, go, go.
Still 15-second lap. So what I would really like to see, if it's possible, the fact that these guys now are doing like 9-10-second laps, pit stops, because of this one lug deal there. It's insane. And it's just the fact that so right now it's using the 4 lug pattern, I guess, as far as how long it takes for a pit stop. So you can get like just under 14-second or as much as a 15.2 like I just had. But anyway, let's go into single race here, and I'll do a qualifying run and just give you an idea, I guess, as far as how tough this thing is to get to the front. So I think Racer James had mentioned this one here was borrowed off another LaCrosse track build, which was probably another scratch track build. This is done in his style, if you want to put it that way, I guess, as far as what the LiDAR and so on and so forth. But I think he borrowed this, I guess, as far as from a previous build of a LaCrosse track, and he just kind of, I think it's interesting. But this one is obviously right off the LaCrosse website. As far as the logo, let's go right into the single race now, and let's get a little bit of racing on this one. Get a little bit of short track. One time, right? So again, we do have a full field. Oh, that's on Texas, my bad. Gotta switch this over to LaCrosse. This one has a full field of 43 cars. We got 42 opponents, 43 including ourselves. We're going to do 20 laps on that. That sounds good. Let's load it up. So I know I'm probably missing. There's majority of the latest update to the track here is mostly the outer ground. The addition, I finally got him the next to complete turn 1 pavilion. So that's the majority of what work has been done lately, on top of all the Sunoco artifacts as far as the signage and the mobile station, I guess, as far as it's in the infield. None of that is accessible, as you can see, as I showed, but it's there, just to give it some livery. Alright, so let's get a qualifying lap in here. Go to qualifying. See how well we can do. Here goes nothing. Let's view. There we go. I like the qual style. That's pretty cool. I like that positioning of it. So again, we see in the turn 1 pavilion there, we got them closed even during this session. And that's by design. Those don't actually open until we get to race. So it's kind of the way this track goes is slower is faster. That makes sense. You don't want to overdrive these corners. You overdrive these corners, you're definitely not going to do well. Almost overdrove it right there. It's going to give me my first lap. Oh, crap. I definitely overdrove it. Yep. See? It's easy to overdrive this track. You want to get so much out of it, but it's... Try to, that's what happens. Alright, see if we can get this last lap in. That was a throwaway lap. Now my tires are scorched. Totally scorched my tires. But nice and easy. You can get way down there too, as far as on that apron. And I got the pole anyway. Not by much though. Not by much though. So let's take a look at this here. So in the standings, I got it by 0.2. Not even barely 0.2. Wow. Yeah, I really picked it up, I guess, if I was on that second lap, even after I spun out. So there you have it. This is the rundown. So we got Truex. Now I'm using the same Cup roster, I guess, as far as from Texas, the Texas run. Don't think these guys would necessarily run on LaCrosse. I think it would be kind of cool, though. Alright, so with us being on the pole, we got Truex on the outside of us there. We got Logano back. I'm going to get run over. You can already see that right now. I'm probably going to get ran over. Earnhardt still running in the 8. Alright, we ready for this, folks? I know I'm not. But we're going to do it anyway. Here we go. Here goes nothing.
Drivers, start your
Can I stay up in the front? That's going to be the ultimate question here. Can I stay up in front? Truex probably still mad at me that I spun him out on Texas Pit Road there. Hopefully he's not still mad at me for that.
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift, and I'll walk in front of you. Go get him. Alright, man. Pace car's in. Get ready. Grind, grind, grind. Grind, grind, grind.
Go easy on me, Truex. Go easy on me. Oh, God. Oh, God. Go easy on me. Easy on me. I said easy on me, damn it.
Outside. Still there. Still up there. Still
Oh, I gotta go easy on that brake. Go easy on the brake. Easy on the brake.
8,
Don't make the nose plow.
1. They're high. The leader's right up there. Leader's
I'm the leader. What you talking about? What you talking about? He's gonna try me on the inside now. Just don't overuse my, I don't want to abuse my tires. I do use my tires, he's gonna get me.
20, 8, 0, 8. There you go, driving away now. Hit your mark.
Oh, I'm trying. Oh my God, this track is such a workout. It's fun to drive though.
20.4. 1.
Much the same as Texas is. Don't overdrive it. Don't overdrive it. I gotta keep telling myself, don't overdrive it. Easy to get spun out.
.4. 3.
These are some good lap times. Keeping them behind me at least anyway for now. Easy, easy. Oh, crap. Almost more did it on the brake. Got a little out of shape there.
20.
Oh, God. Almost did it again. Oh, oh. Saved it. Saved it. Got to back the straight, as we call it. Gotta anticipate the corner. Let up on that. Just going into the corner. That way you don't have to go quite as hard on the brake. You back the straight, let up on the throttle while you're still on the straightaway. That's what we call back the straight. That way you don't have to use as much brake. He's still catching me a little bit, but I'm staying ahead of him. Back to straight. There we go.
3. 3. 8.
So I got it on a 2x pit frequency well, so it's gonna put 2 times as wear because I got really short. Oh God, he caught me. We got only 20 laps as opposed to a full race, full tire run.
6. 2. 3.
Tire management is what short track racing is all about. Oh God, oh easy. Catching up to some slower cars up ahead of me here.
1. 1.
Not gonna worry about those guys. They get to me, they get to me. Or if I get to them, I should say. I gotta pay attention to my rear view instead of my windshield.
Next time, 10
Oh God, we got 10 more laps. This is gonna be brutal.
7, 9, 0. .2. 7, 3,
You're gonna have a lot of lap traffic here to deal with. Well, they're not lapped yet, but they're close to it. Right. But also, you can see that the doors on the Turn 1 Pavilion are open during this race session. Just a fair mention. That's by design. There's nothing really in it yet, just yet. That'll probably soon change. Oh god, we're pushing. We're pushing. Wearing my tires out.
Please not on the lead lap. 20.5. 8. 2.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh crap. Oh man, I totally stepped on my. Oh my god.
All the way to the line. Come on. All the way to the line.
I tried too hard. Tried too hard. I knew the tires were wearing out. I just pushed it way too hard. No sense in causing anybody else some.
Leaders coming up.
Yep. All right. You're around. There's the pace car.
Outside. Still up there. Still up there. Clear.
Just let the field go.
Passes out.
There's no sense in pushing that issue.
0.01.
Oh man, that was a good run though.
Our main pit road will be open this time. Stay behind. It's one car.
One car, yeah. So that's one car's the last car. Hey, what are we doing there, Yasso? Oh, you guys were talking about your. Okay, I gotcha.
29.
How's Yasso doing?
7.
You got a lot done today. That's good. We got a lot done today ourselves. Here during stream, we figured some. We also figured something out, I guess, as far as with the video freeze. So it has to do with my video capture card, of all things. So the fact that it was only happening there, yeah, so I know that was something we were witnessing as far as last week as well, too. These past couple of Saturdays, the fact that when I don't use my video capture card on the gaming PC, like I do most weeks, I guess, as far as during trucking and all that, that's what light bulb kind of went in my head. It's just like, okay, so there must be something happening, I guess, as far as when I'm working on the other PC, right? Because that's the only difference that I came to that conclusion, I guess, as far as, you know, what am I doing different on Saturday? And one of them happens to be, if I don't have the video capture running, you know, as far as fully focused on, what was happening is, I think all the video from that, when I didn't switch to the scene, like I'm doing right now, to be able to dump all that video from the video capture over to the streaming, you know, to the OBS and all that. I think that's what's making it have a fit. So what I was having to do today, as Torch and everybody else that was here today could witness, as far as I was just dumping it, you know, just switching to that scene to make sure, dumping all that video being cached from in that video capture card. So I think that was what the issue was. So the fact that we've been able to go the better part of 4.5 hours without any video freeze, I think that's progress. So if that's all it boils down to, what I got to do to help alleviate that.
41.
Yeah, we're gonna finish under caution, unfortunately. We had a good run. We had a really good run there. Truex ran me clean, and I just overdrove the darn thing.
Go get him. All right, man. Pace cars in. Get ready. Green.
Oh, yeah, we're going green. Holy crap. Oh, crap. Okay. We're not going to push the issue. I thought it was going to finish under green. Alrighty, then.
White flag. One to go at the line.
Now we got the checkered right here. I thought I was going to finish under caution. Alright, we got a one-lap shootout. That was pretty cool. I saw the white flag. I thought that was going to be it. That's over. That's all she wrote.
Checker flag right here.
Yeah, if that first part of the race was
Do a little bit better next time. We need to be a better race team overall.
Nah, I wasn't gonna push it there. That was for fun. I wasn't gonna be able to beat those guys. You saw how. I mean, the fact that I was able to get the pole by 2/10. With that number of laps left there, I would have never been able to get through it. I would have probably, gotten a little bit, through the field, but I wasn't gonna push it. I caused that caution. That's my stupid mistake. So, I just overdrove it. Doing Evan. Who was old? One of my, oh yeah. I know Torch already mentioned that to me, earlier. Yeah, the fact that he was the better part of 17 years old, was it? Yeah, so the builds have been going good. So I was finally able to get some, racing in. We haven't been able to do that in the last couple of streams, so, pretty cool to be able to at least try out both LaCrosse. I did get some new stuff from Racer James. Nothing really that I'd done as of recent, but Racer James did quite a bit. So let's check out the replay on this one now. Let's go back. Let's go back to about lap 10 is when I stepped on myself. Pretty good race. So Racer James has added some new slightly adjusted camera angles. Take a look at those. This is all TV1. Take a look at these for a second. So this is where, well, midway, this is where Truex almost caught me. And we can get up to work our way up to the point where I spun out. Oh yeah, we definitely have. Yeah, so. Yeah, definitely. That's the only other thing that I could think of. Is like, why is it just video, right? And the fact that I've been able to stream all this week, and most of the time that I do stream on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays is all through my video capture card, which is on the gaming PC to the streaming PC. So the only difference that there was, like I was saying, on Saturdays is that I'm not 100% always running video through the video capture card. So, yeah. If that's all it comes down to is I got to switch over to that scene every once in a while when I'm not focused on it, when it's not focused on the video capture card, then I'll do that. It is a cheapy kind of a video capture card, so there's that too. Not that great one, but nobody's gotten a jackpot yet, so I see Evan trying to get one there too. We're working my way. Oh, there's where I spun. There's where I spun. Oh my god, I totally stepped on myself right there. All right, let me let's back that up. Let's put this in slow-mo. I just overdrove it, so I wanted to see. I was going, oh my god, look at how much I slowed down. I went from 113, almost 120, it was right down to whoop. Yep, that's what did it. I did way too much brake. So if we go back to like the previous lap, go to 13, you can see how I went through the corner and taking it much easier. So this is the previous lap before I spun in the same corner. See, I took it. Oh, that's where I actually spun. Dang it, I didn't go back far enough. I wanted to go to the previous lap. Right, let's go to this lap. There's the previous lap. I got a little bit squirrely there, so on this lap, coming into that same corner here in turn 3, see how much easier I took it. Very smooth, right? So I went. See, I didn't even hit 120. Next to 120, I backed the straight as I was explaining. So this is the kind of the rule of thumb for anybody that wants a little bit of a FYI for short track racing. You're better off to let off the throttle early. It's what we call, what I like to consider, and it's some other racers do consider it backing the straight. So you let off early so you don't have to use as much brake. And that's what I did. So just past the halfway of the backstretch there, I started letting off. That way I didn't have to use as much brake. See right there, I got down and I was just letting it coast. I didn't get back into the gas till about right there. That's the proper way to go around corners like this that have very little banking. So now we're going to look at this lap here that I spun. So I didn't back the straight as much. See how fast I'm going? I should only been like a little over 100. I was going way too fast, so I didn't back the straight enough. I was trying to just send it right through there. And I put too much brake on, and that same part there wasn't as smooth. So I found myself having to use more brake because I didn't back the straight enough. I had to use more brake to be able to slow down and get through the corner, and that was the result. All my fault. Nothing but my own fault. So there you go. So how much is jackpot? Jackpot, if you get the maximum jackpot, is 1,000 units of fluid. So you can always check your units of fluids too there, Pizza. You're earning yourself those units of fluid even as the stream is live. If you want to supplement those units of fluid, you can play the mini chat games. Totally not an obligation, but something that you can... let's go to spectator. But there are different levels of jackpot, so you can get, depending on which 3 emotes that you get in a row, the Mr. Robot, if you get that all in a row, that's the 1,000 units of fluid. And the you can get a 200, a 300, a 500, and a 1,000, depending on which emotes you get in a row. Just for clarity. Yep, that was... So, because it wasn't my own mistake, I went ahead and just... I let the field go. Put my tail between my legs. The guy screwed up. Now, if I would have got help from by Truex, I would have been pissed. That would have been a different... That would have been a whole different ball game. But yeah, you can see this one. So this, I think this is one of the cameras that Racer James, you can shows off a little bit more of that outer ground. The fact that he's got the grass all level with the top of the wall, on the outside wall. That's all been recently done. What I got from Racer James. So yeah, this one, like I said, it does not have the updated flag. This is still the shared or the original flag that comes with the sim. Nothing wrong with it. It's just, it's kind of old and tired. You mean BRB there, Pizza? No problem. We'll be here for a little bit. But yeah, this is pretty cool. So I haven't gotten a chance to look at all the camera angles here. That what I was thinking he was gonna do was actually put. So those haven't changed. That's the cockpit. Let's go back this way. I was thinking he was gonna add a camera angle to. He may still do that. Now that the turn 1 pavilion is there, he may necessarily apply that. I guess as far as this might have been the approach that he was taking with the spectator view. This is in turn 1. So this is in the vicinity of where the turn 1 pavilion's at, outside of turn 1. That might be what he was doing. What I was thinking he was going to do was actually put it more closer inside that building. I think that would look really cool. That would look cool. Drugs? What do you mean drugs? Oh, also type shot. Oh, gotcha. And skull. Right. Yeah, so you were looking for the commands. I got you. Yeah, so you can do fluids. Shot will give you a shot of fluids. Those are on reserve. You only give yourself one of those every few minutes. So those are not something you can spam, for example. But anything else, you can play it as much as you want. Yeah, I don't take as much credit on this one, Yasso. That's probably another fair mention. Racer James he's done the bulk of this work, just as much as the same as Torch was done with Texas. I've only been assisting, if that was so. Amongst the things that I've got built for this track are the storage facility on the backstretch and the turn 1 pavilion. So those two. So from this spectator view that we're watching from, the turn 1 pavilion is just like behind it, and then the storage facility that's behind the tree line in the back stretch. So this right here obviously is the front stretch. You can see the checkered flag waving. Yeah, this track turned out really cool too. As Racer James has mentioned, oh, look at all these guys piling up to try to get into pit road. Now this is all post race, and I know Racer James is necessarily stress it as a concern, I guess, as far as the way these cars tend to pile up here. And I don't it's all post race. I don't think it matters. It really doesn't matter. The fact that they do transition to pit road, I guess as far as they should, during the race, that's what really matters. So it's probably fair to mention too, this track has not really a pit overlay, but it does use 2 pit roads, 2 independent pit roads. One to control basically how the pace car functions, and then also the active pit road that
Hit the pace car.
all the cars
Hit the
use.
pace car. Hit the pace car. What for?
See y'all later. I'm in a little bit of okay, no problem. I'm probably going to be ending here pretty soon, but yeah, I appreciate just stopping. You got caught up in all the work stuff, so that's pretty cool. Glad you can chime in here and get a little bit of race action. See a little bit of race action. We haven't been able to do that in a couple of Saturday streams, so I was glad to be able to do that. So I've already played the tune here at the race thing here for Texas. So I won't do it again. I know for some of you, I won't do it. Let's just put it that way. We're going to skip right over it, but it does have its own thing here that Racer James did set up on that as far as something custom. Much the same as Torch did, I guess, as far as for Texas. So, pretty cool. Hit the pace car. Yeah, so that one is one of the custom channel point redemptions that you can do for that. I don't know if we did really. The fact in Inter 2003, you can't really hit the pace car because it's no collision to it.
A few moments later.
What's a few moments later now? Torch. So yeah, I'm pretty much good to go. I guess as far as I think we accomplished quite a bit here. I guess as far as with being able to at least show Torch what still needs to be done. We tried some things out. I think that's all good to go. Actually, to be able to get some racing in, that's a super fantastic thing. I do appreciate everybody that did stick around here for let's switch this over. Spline Design Studios Saturday once again, and I'm glad we didn't have any videos. It's even better. Yep, definitely glad we figured that out. So hopefully, and as Torch already mentioned there earlier part of the stream there, we should have all the final tweaks. We use that term loosely because as far as to the Texas Motor Speedway build, and I'll bring this back up here really quick just to kind of show everybody what's going on with that. So we already know what needs to be done, I guess, as far as to get that finalized. Very minimal changes, nothing really all that drastic. We've been able to run it on the track in the sim and see how it performs, and from what I can show you guys, as far as it's running pretty flawlessly. So yeah, stream definitely, and I think I did, figure some stuff out, I guess, as far as what that. Hopefully it stays that way for the future streams here on Saturday, because that was getting super aggravating to me. Super duper aggravating. So I don't want to keep you guys too long. I'm gonna get this thing ended here. Let me look for whoa, I thought okay, wrong deal. I thought I set that. My bad. So yeah, hopefully we'll get those oh, I got a little bit of adjustment here to make to I'll do that post stream. I just noticed there's so with that sub there by Smart Alec, also the bits, thank you for the bits. He's the latest subscriber there. I gotta adjust my VIPs there. So for those that aren't aware here, everybody here is necessarily considered a VIP. So not just with the idea of the VIP badge that you can get, which you can also redeem with your channel points. You can be a VIP for a stream. That's the non-monetary way of being able to have some a little bit of pro-ass, if you will, I guess, as far as without subbing monetarily, I guess, as far as for the stream. But yeah, I necessarily consider pretty much anybody, regardless of being a sub, non-sub, or even redeeming to get the VIP badge. Everybody here is a VIP, as far as showing my appreciation for anybody that comes here to see what we got going on here, be it on Saturdays, be it on Fridays, Wednesdays for whatever Wednesdays, and also Trucking Tuesdays. So when you're here and showing some support, and to whatever degree that you are, you're VIP to me. So that's part of the reason why the ones that do necessarily sub monetarily to there, I like to put them up in lights, if you will. So that's why they're on the bottom of the screen. So appreciate all of you, regardless of how you're able to support the stream. This is what allows me to keep doing what I like to do, and that's playing games and being creative with some of the games I like to play. So as I'm doing this, I'm flapping my gums here, I'm finding myself a potential raid target. John Von's already off. That's understandable. I think he streamed for probably another good 9 hours. A good 9 hours. I think I know where I want to send y'all. We haven't been able to go to him in quite a bit of time. He's a huge supporter of the stream. I know he's kind of like what I consider to be a silent supporter, because he doesn't come in here as much, because he's a partner on Twitch too. He's worked his butt off, I guess, to get that too. And he's currently playing some Rogue Legacy. So I think that's where I want to send you guys. I have a super fun time, I guess, as far as hanging out in his streams, and I think you will too. And if you do necessarily need to get going, it's totally understandable. Keep in mind that if you do join in on the raid, you will get earn yourself those valuable units of fluids and channel points, I guess, as far as for joining in on the raid. Yeah, and that, see, that's what I was mentioning there, Pizza. It is not an obligation whatsoever that you need to sub. The one main benefit that you will get for being a sub to the channel, you get no ads. No ads. So Smart Alec obviously took care of that, I guess, as far as earlier, I guess, as far as giving you, we had a Twitch baby. 9 months, I guess, as far as for that. It's not an obligation whatsoever, but there is some incentive, I guess, as far as for being a sub to the channel. Obviously, you get a little bit more recognition, the lack of ads, and so on and so forth. But even if you can't, it's not a requirement, not an obligation. But I do appreciate those that do. Yeah, no ads is pretty fire, isn't it? That's definitely a huge incentive, I guess, as far as for that. So, all that being said, you all have a fantastic rest of your Saturday. We're gonna go say hello. Spam whatever emotes you got. Show some love over to Zealous Sam, playing some Rogue Legacy. Pretty fun game. He's a super cool dude. I think you'll enjoy him. I know I have a lot of fun hanging out in his streams. And like I said, I hope you will as well. I'm pretty sure you will. Okay. Let's get the raid up. Let's switch this on over to the raid scene. Let's get ready for that. Hopefully my credits will roll again. A lot of people to thank here today. They didn't work yesterday for some reason, so hopefully they do roll this time. Thank you, Streamlabs. Good grief. Alright, so yeah, the fact that it didn't want to work yesterday, super glad that they did today, because we got a lot of people to thank there. I don't think we had any followers today, but we had some bits from Smart Alec, also the resub, the 9-month resub from Smart Alec, and also Torch, which I think was a replay, because as far as from last week, because obviously that got stepped on as far as the end of last week. So yeah. Pizza. Oh, hey, you tried. 10 units of fluid. It was worth a try. There you go. I don't think anybody got a jackpot today, unfortunately. Bot was super stingy today. Nobody was able to get a jackpot. So I guess that's just the way. That's just the way it works sometimes. Torch is like, I'll show you, and he got nothing on the scold. Ouch, that hurts. All right, folks. Again, hope y'all have a fantastic rest of your Friday. Let's go say hello to Zella Sam. Oh crap, raid's not going through. Hold on. Fix the raid. Un momento. Okay, I think it's gonna go through now. Alright, I think we're good to go now, folks. Again, See y'all next week. Y'all have a fantastic rest of your weekend. See y'all Taco Trucking Tuesday. Later, everybody.